Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, the 14th, and we're getting ready for the opening bell. We've got 13 minutes to go. Coffee's good. Three things to remember today. Three things to remember. Number one, we're in negative gamma territory. As such, volatility could pick up. That said, as part of number one, in negative gamma territory. The expected move for the week, as judged by options pricing for standard deviation 1 on Friday at the close, are just above 5%. That's 15% tighter than it was last week. 15% tighter than it was last week. Last week, I think we had something like 68 handles a day average expected. This week, we're 15% smaller. That's reflected in the watch list at the top panel if you look at the expected move for the week for all three indices. The second thing is we have XLE and XLV that were strong last week. We'll look for follow through this week. We're currently trading pre-market about 70%, 65% red, 45% green. Let's see what's the top of the NASDAQ 100. NASDAQ's about the same. You're about 25 stocks green, about 10 that are unchanged, and the rest are red on the day. So majority are red, starting to build some green. Okta, number one, Okta. Goldman Sachs double upgrades Okta to buy from sell. Okta double upgrade from Goldman Sachs. Let's see, to buy from sell. Price target adjust is 91. $77. Goldman Sachs double upgrade on Okta. Okay, that could be in play today. Okay, let's see. PayPal. PayPal names Alex Chriss as next president and CEO. So PayPal, new president and CEO. Intuit's executive CEO is from Intuit. Okay, plus 2.2% pre-market. That's PayPal. Let's see, Monster Beverages. HSBC initiates Monster Beverage with a buy rating. 72 price target is trading 58. Monster with an insider sell as well. MNST, HSBC. Okay, Monster. Okay, let's take a look at some of these. So Okta with a double upgrade from Goldman. Okay, that's kind of a shitty looking chart. Sorry for the French here, but that chart doesn't excite me at all. PayPal, new CEO. That's in dire straits. And Monster. These patterns don't really excite me. Flat. Yeah, but it got an upgrade. So what? Look at the chart. They may want to get out of this. It's a new coverage on Monster. We'll see. Keurig Dr. Pepper, got some news on Keurig. Adage Capital Partners LLC cuts share stake in Caterpillar, ups in American Express. All right, so Caterpillar, that looked pretty good last week. What's Cat look like this morning? Caterpillar's down $1.60. All right, I haven't even heard these people. Adage Capital, tier two or tier three firm. Never heard of them. They cut their shares stake in Caterpillar. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley. Those are tier one firms. Adage, I've never heard of. Okay, let's see who else here. KHC. All right, got some management shakeups on KHC, Kraft Heinz, Comcast. That was doing well last week, right? Comcast trending. Okay. Cisco. Okay, so we're starting to see news about Cisco's new 400G bright optical modules and global production IP backbone. All right, so those are being deployed now. Cisco is flat. What are we? 6 minutes to go for the opening bell. 6 minutes to go. All right, we're adding a few stocks on the Nasdaq 100. You look for the stocks that are in the top 10, top 20 to stay in the top 10 or top 20. Top 5 is what I usually watch for day trades or scalps. Watching for upgrades. Okay, Ross Stores. Tell you what, I went to a Kohl's. I went to a Kohl's this weekend to buy my son some shorts because I happened to see it across the street. I was leaving TJ Maxx and Burlington. Um, couldn't find anything. Shorts end of the year, but it stays warm here until I don't know. My son was playing in the water a few years ago when we were down here in December, so it doesn't get really cold here. Anyway, so I went to Kohl's to see if I could find him a pair of shorts. I did. I found him a pair of shorts. They were cargo shorts. Apparently, my wife tells me that he can't wear cargo shorts to school. He's got a uniform. It's got to be, you know, um, a khaki with no pockets as part of his uniform. He's got a top with a emblem and all that stuff. Anyway, so the point is that Kohl's was like it was dead. There was maybe 4 people in this humongous store. The most people in the store were employees. I walked up to this lady that was fixing, some shirts and stuff. I scared her when I walked up and said, I said hello. She jumped. So funny. Do you have a tape measure? I need to measure these shorts, the waist. It's funny. Anyway, Kohl's was not busy. Of course, it was a Sunday. Sundays, it's very religious down here in the South. Not like you sacrilegious heathens up north. Frano. Wink, wink. Just kidding. All right, so we've got 3 minutes to go for the opening bell. Let me make sure Woody's up and running here. If you new members, if you hear some clicking, what sounds like a woodpecker in the background, that's Woody. That's bullish flow. It sounds more like a chicken clucking, cluck, 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 cluck. That's bearish flow. I like to have audio alerts as well as visual alerts, pop-ups on the screen and stuff, because it with 10 screens I'm watching here, it gives me a heads up that something changed or something is worth taking a look at. So those audio alerts are very helpful. I can be away from my seat and actually know what's going on, or downstairs if it's loud enough. Let's see. Okay. We've got 2 minutes to go. Okay, so once again, we are in negative gamma territory, so we could see more downside if we can't muster a bid. We do know what was strong last week was healthcare and energy. So watch for those to continue this week. Here's energy. Okay, energy is on a trend. We are coming up to resistance, so there might be some rotation out of energy. Just keep an eye on it. It's probably going to be fine. There's Woody making himself known. Okay, Bitcoin pulled back a little bit. Nvidia's lower. Rivian. Wow, Rivian is much lower. It's down at $20. Okay, Rivian getting crushed. Kava is up 1%. Kava, the restaurant, similar format, it looks like, to Chipotle with the serving line. I thought it was more of a sit-down restaurant. You get served. At least the one that Corey showed me. All right, a lot more stocks jumping up. Okay, let's get ready, folks. There's the opening bell. Okay, give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down. Okay, we're still in this range. Still in this range. All right, we're starting to rally a bit here. Low tick alert -800. Okay, it sounds like shorts covering. Give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down and for algos to finish taking care of imbalances. By contrast, Kohl's was not busy. Walmart, Target, TJX, they were busy. Busy, busy, busy. Okay. Bristol Myers pushing a bit higher. Okay. Let's see. Nvidia starting to bounce. Give it a few minutes. Alibaba, I saw some comments about Alibaba. How's that doing this morning? Alibaba, that's off $1.50. Baozun is off 2%. Baozun, Carnival is lower. Stocks are weak. Google, IQ, JD, JP Morgan seeing accumulation by institutions. It's off about 0.3% right now, starting to look like catch a bid. JP Morgan. All right, Merck is on the move. Merck is up 0.25%. Merck. Paramount is off. Paramount Communications. Let's see what sectors are still working here. Okay, so metals and mining this week. Consumer staples is picking up. Healthcare is flat. Energy is off 0.3%. Most sectors were pretty weak. AMC's stock conversion plan has been approved. It's off 34%. AMC off 34%. Okay, I'm just watching the S&P here. It's not doing much. We're just sitting here. All right, it's on a buy signal. Let's see if we can rally here. S&P is on a buy. Walmart looking good. Walmart is up 0.5%. Thank you, Stephen, for the heads up. Walmart, we've been in this one looking for a follow through and a break above 160. We finally got that. We've got Walmart earnings this week, right? We got Stiefel, Guggenheim, Evercore raising their price targets on Walmart. All right, I got 3 upgrades on Walmart. Stiefel 167. Let's see, Guggenheim tier 2 180. And Evercore 180. All right, so steel stocks, the metals and mining are hot. Okay, let's take a look at Nucor. Excuse me, Nucor. Gap up and fade. Cleveland Cliff. US Steel gapping up. Wow, that's the highest I've seen US Steel in a while. US Steel. Okay, US Steel is at resistance. Let's see, Steel Dynamics. Steel Dynamics. Which one of these is that in North Carolina? You guys in North Carolina. Is it Steel Dynamics? Or is it Nucor? I forget. One of these is in North Carolina, I believe. I could look it up. I just don't have time to get distracted. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything, folks, except taking profits off the table if warranted. And if I have any profits, sometimes I don't have profits. I had that question the other day. What if you don't have profits? Well, I don't take it off. It seems logical, but I guess some people didn't maybe misinterpret what I'm saying. If I have profits and I'm up 20%, 30% overnight or over the weekend, I might take some profits off, reassess the markets. Most people will do that. So you tend to see a fade in the morning. If I get a fade and I'm still bullish, I'll get back into it. 20%, 30% cheaper. Keep the profits, maybe cut the size of my position. Look for a follow through. All right, let's take a look at some of these. Walmart. Walmart is trending. Okay. Look at the top of these candles. All right. So every time this pops up, Walmart seems like there's skittish people trading this or investing in it. They take profits first thing in the morning and they wait for better entry like I do. All right. So Walmart fading a bit from the high of the day. Okay. Here's Walmart trending. Looks good. Okay, Target. Target trying to get back above, has earnings this week. Target trying to get back above the top of this range. Target was really busy yesterday. They had some shorts for my kid. I went to the outlet. The outlets are ridiculous. Tanger outlets. Went to Tommy Hilfiger. $90 for a pair of kids' 13-year-olds jeans. $90. Are you kidding me? There's no freaking way. He's gonna outgrow it in less than a year. $90. I don't waste money. Okay. So I was teaching my son, the money that you waste, you could be investing. He doesn't have any desire to buy anything because I buy everything for him, but he wants to invest. So he's working around the house, doing odd jobs, cutting the grass. I put money into his trading account. He's learning. It's in my name, but that's his account. Okay, so let's see. All right, so Walmart looking pretty good. Needs to find a bid here, catch a bid. Zillow's hanging out for the last few days. Zillow hanging out near recent highs. Okay, it's just trending along. Caterpillar got a downgrade this morning. Let's see if they're buying. All right, so it didn't pull back too much. A tier 3 or tier 4 firm downgraded Azaj or Adaj. I've never heard of them. Downgrading or not downgrading, but selling their position in Caterpillar. It makes sense. We're at highs. Lots of volume there. Caterpillar. Uber continues this trend lower. Uber. Vornado. Real estate stocks. Real estate stocks. Looking for a trend to continue. Boston Properties. Jones Lang LaSalle. Okay, Nvidia on the move. Nvidia is ripping here. Nvidia is ripping, ripping. Shorts covering off the low. Wow. Nvidia options gonna set you back a few bucks. Looks bearish, Nvidia on the daily. Let me just check out the charts here. Nvidia. I don't know. I'm cautious this morning. I'm not just going to jump in here. It looks like the futures want to get above the 105. That could turn. Got a few stocks that are showing green signals: Netflix, Nvidia, Google, Apple. Okay, FANG stocks all have a bid. FANG stocks all have a bid. Okay, shorts cover first. Keep an eye on these FANG stocks: Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google. Okay, what's Netflix doing? Netflix. I know LA, you like to trade Netflix a lot. Netflix is sitting at a triple. Well, it could be a inverted head and shoulders too. Look at Netflix. Kind of interesting. Netflix daily. Okay, you see this? It almost looks like a left shoulder, head, right shoulder, neckline around 411. If it drops below 411, probably will keep dropping. Hmm. Tesla's down 3%. Nvidia is still going here. Nvidia. Okay, look at Nvidia. Whoops. Nvidia. Nvidia. Okay, so the most I would see on Nvidia is a move back to the 50-day. I'm anticipating it'll get rejected and roll over there. Generally, that's what happens. Gets below the 50-day, 921 crossing down through the 50-day, RSI is still dropping. Look for Nvidia to bounce back. Let's see how far it goes. The most I would expect is a test of the 50-day and then for it to roll over, given the current negative gamma environment we're trading in. Looks like shorts were covering this morning so far. FANG stocks is starting to pause. All right. US Steel is hanging in there. US Steel. Here's US Steel. Mergers and acquisitions. All right. So, rival steelmaker Cleveland Cliffs was trying to take over US Steel. So, that's what the news is. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. That's interesting. I never noticed that before. You can set an alert by just going in the margin here. You see that? Here's a price. Just going to mouse left. You can set an alert. Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that. All right. So just learning TradingView over the last year or so. NVIDIA is still pushing higher. NVIDIA. All right. So keep an eye on NVIDIA. This could be a theme for today. A lot of the FANG stocks reversing. Okay. NVIDIA on the move. NVIDIA looking really strong here. Wow. Very nice. Amazon going now. Amazon. Okay. Okay. The first 15 minutes are out of the way. So we're looking for follow through if we can manage it. Oh, wow. Wow. One of my best friend's wife died. Holy shit. She had a long illness. Wow.
Low tick alert -800.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow. I just can't believe it. Lydia's died. Yikes. When I tell my wife, she won't fucking believe it. Excuse my French. Wow. Okay, what's the market's going to do here? NVIDIA. Wow. Hold on. I have to go tell my wife something. Hold on a second.
So the pound dollar falling 0.6% to around 1.2617, and that's the lowest seen since June 30th. the Bank of England sells £790 million of bonds in an auction, receiving £1.93 billion in bids. The APF gilt sale operation cover ratio was 2 to 44.
Nikola today, latest recall here of some of their battery-powered commercial trucks. They're recalling over 200 of them. Doesn't sound like a lot, but as the journal points out, it's actually 60% of the number they've produced in the last year, and virtually all of them that have been shipped. Shares down to 9% as we get other news in the EV space with these Tesla price cuts in China. Take a short break and squawk on the streets. Back in a moment.
All right, starting starting to see some profit taking. All right. The sectors, we have about 80% red, 20% green. Semiconductors, believe it or not, are the top of the list today, along with tech, semiconductors. We got NVIDIA pushing higher this morning. Pharmaceuticals and healthcare following through. Energy is taking a break today. Energy was pretty hot last week. So semiconductors, tech, pharmaceuticals, and healthcare. If you're in one of those sectors or are thinking about trading, pay attention to the sectors that have the most strength. That's where all the buying is. And we can see that follow through. NVIDIA looks like it's going to go again. It's trading 45% of its ATR, 81% of its daily range. Those numbers are important because we will look at ATR as a barometer of how far we are into a potential move for the day. At nearly 10 o'clock now, NVIDIA is trading 45% of its ATR. So potential for a follow through. If the futures can continue to move higher and the indices,
The Treasury 10-year yield rises to 4.213%, so that is the highest seen since November.
NASDAQ 100. Oh, wow. NASDAQ really picked up a lot of green. NASDAQ. All right, so we got 50% out of 100. 50 of 100 are green. Semis leading. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA looks good. Like wants to break out again. All right, so NVIDIA has pulled back quite a bit. And showing signs it might bounce back towards the 50-day. If we get to the 50-day, I would suspect that we're going to get rejected. Momentum is bearish. However, here is yet another stock I talked about in the weekend video. I'm looking for stocks that are showing this kind of stochastic. MACD will turn as a function of price. Stochastic is a function of price as well, but it's related to where the price closes inside of the daily range. So if on average it closes in the lower half of the daily range, you get this downtrend. If we start to see, and it gets to a point where it's exhausted, and we start seeing closes in the upper half of the range, that changes the direction, the momentum shifts, and you might have shorts cover for a little while longer. It's still bearish, so we'd look for a rollover at some point after stochastics maybe gets back to 50 or not. We've had potential times where it didn't make it all the way back. So NVIDIA looking pretty good here for now. Semis are in play. NVIDIA breaking out. NVIDIA is breaking out. Moving on up to the east side. Moving on up. George Jefferson. What was the maid's name? Or the neighbor? I forget what she was. Was she the neighbor or that lady was crazy. The part she played. George Jefferson. Okay, Tesla. Wow, what a drop in Tesla, huh? With Tesla dropping the price of their cars again, institutions have been accumulating shares according to Investors Business Daily. So they can sell premium round positions. So can we. NVIDIA still marching higher. NVIDIA. %50 of the NASDAQ, actually 55% now are green. 55% of the NASDAQ 100 is green. Okta still leading. It's up 265, faded a little bit. Micron, big candle on Micron. Micron, big reversal underway. Watch Micron, another semiconductor. Semis are in play. Let's look at Micron. Looks good. VWAP up and to the right. We want to see that continue. Let's look at the 60-minute. You can see the candle here. An erection candle. IMU. Okay, NVIDIA is still going here. NVIDIA, nice move on NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. NVIDIA 60-minute, nice erection candle there. Trending, ATR, still on a buy. S&P helps if it will continue higher here. It'll drag some things higher. Micron seeing a little selling. NVIDIA still going. NVIDIA now trading 56% of its ATR, 91% of its daily range, NVIDIA. Hope everyone had a good weekend. I did as well. Productive. Always feel good at the end of the weekend when you produce, just sit back on your buttocks. Son helped me with the lawn. He's looking to make more money, put into his trading account. He's pretty funny. He sold ARK K. That turned out to be a smart move. ARK K. Up and down. Chip off the old block. Takes after his dad. So China, the issue with China is shaking the markets quite a bit. Japan changing policy back in June, the day before OPEX, we got that big bearish candle as a shot across the bow. we drop below the, what do you guys call it over at Gamma Edge? The GEX. Brett calls it the volatility trigger. Below the volatility trigger, you're bearish. Above, you're bullish. The longer we stay down here, the more volatility can pick up. We are expecting a narrower range this week. A narrow range of volatility, about 15% less, 15.5% less than the previous week. We had about 67 to 70 candles expected per day.
David, you can call me on the weekend. You don't have to wait till Monday. If you did ask me something on Friday, I'm available 24/7. Just want to put that on the table. But here's the thing.
All right, so NVIDIA, let's go take a look at the semiconductor group. There might be some that really just jump out at you or me or the room. Okay, let's take a look at these real quick. Candle glance format. Okay, so here is semiconductor group. You can see all of these pull back, so they're due for a bounce. Which looks the best? CLAC is sitting on the 50-day. LRCX, Frano, I know Frano likes to trade LRCX. That's sitting on the 50-day, bouncing. What I'm looking for are support levels that most people would look at. We've got Micron back above the 50-day, NVIDIA below the 50-day, and XPI at the 50-day after a 2-week cruise lower on semiconductor at the 50-day. Yardini. Let's listen to Yardini. He had some good comments last week.
CPI, it was up 2.5%. So we're on that basis monthly close to the Fed's target of 2%. And as Steve said, all we're really waiting for is for rent inflation to come down. Everybody knows that that's a bizarre lagging indicator of rents. Everybody knows that the Zillow index, the apartment list index, inflation rates have come down dramatically. So I think it's pretty much locked in. It's baked in the cake that we're going to see lower rent inflation, and that should offset some of the increases that we might get in oil prices. But I think overall, we're still looking at a disinflationary trend.
So when you think about, I mean, in Goldman's case, Q2, or certainly the markets somewhere around March, the notion of cuts, are you on board with that? And can it happen less from sort of emergency reaction and more to how real rates are becoming?
Ed Yardeni's pretty good.
Again, Steve mentioned
Not just because I agree with him, but because he's been around a while, like
actually August 2nd, and then it was
Art Cashin.
last week. But he said something extremely important, and that is he said that he focuses on
Okay, Nvidia is still pushing higher.
interest rates, and what he thinks is that if inflation continues to moderate, that the Federal Reserve will have to lower interest rates otherwise.
Sorry about that. I got two people talking at the same time.
So I think they're already putting out there the idea that interest rates will be coming down next year if they continue to achieve their goal of moderating inflation. That's extremely important. message.
Nucor up 2.6%.
Because I think their number one risk now is that the disinversion that occurs in the yield curve occurs in an unusual fashion. Usually disinversion in the yield curve occurs as we get a recession, short-term.
Nice trade on Nvidia. So far, so good.
A good bullish, optimistic scenario for the market. This time around, the risk is that the bond yield just keeps going up. As you see, we're at 4.2%, and if it just keeps going up and up, that could create a whole new set of problems for the economy.
What are those problems, Ed, and how do you see an unwinding of the inversion of the yield curve? If we are able to essentially kind of skid by some sort of hard landing scenario.
Well, there's two disinversion scenarios, as I just suggested. One is where short-term rates come down and long-term rates come down, but short-term rates come down faster. The other disinversion scenario is not a happy one. It's a bearish, pessimistic one, where the bond yield keeps going up, moving up to where short-term rates are, and short-term rates are pretty close to 5%. And seeing the 10-year bond yield go from 4 to 5% would be pretty difficult for the banks. As it is, we already have a banking crisis. Moody's has downgraded the banks. It would mean more losses in their portfolios and perhaps shake up confidence in the banking system. So they don't want to go there. And then that would play, of course, in the commercial real estate market. Still higher mortgage lending rates in that market would be a disaster. It's already sort of a semi-disaster. Would be a complete disaster. So I think John Williams is trying to kind of calm everybody down and talk down the bond yield from really spiking up here.
Hey, Ed, what do you say to those who argue that real wages and projecting positive is inflationary, and that's a worry longer term if the consumer remains flush?
Well, nonsense. What else can I say? I mean, real wages historically go up because of productivity. You cannot have wages rising faster than prices unless it's really driven by productivity. You just can't. It just doesn't happen. And so I would welcome an increase in real wages. If you're talking about an increase in nominal wages driven by some of these very high-end union contract negotiations that are going on, that is a concern. But again, I don't think that real wages can go up without productivity going up. And I'm pretty optimistic on productivity. I think the tech revolution is out there to make productivity grow at a faster pace to solve the problem. And solve the problem we have is we have a shortage of labor.
Yeah, definitely the data recently has been pretty encouraging. And interesting setup going into the last few months of the year. We'll talk soon. Ed Yardeni.
Absolutely. Thank you.
As we go to break, let's get a roadmap for the rest of the hour, including how to play big tech here as names like Tesla, Nvidia, Apple, and others do underperform this month.
What's walking the streets going whale watching? You guys brought your rain boots. The latest moves.
Did Carl just say Nvidia is underperforming? Well, I guess relative to last couple of weeks, but it's starting to bounce now. All right, nice trading there, folks. For those of you who got into Nvidia early, we'll be taking some profits in the short term, in the next, I don't know, maybe next hour or so, depending on how this continues. Nvidia. All right, NVIDIA's still going here. Nice, 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 nice. Very nice. All right, NVIDIA's still going. I'm going to take some off here. Made 2 trades. Okay, 100%. Okay. NVIDIA.
PayPal naming a new CEO. He's Alex Chris from Intuit, runs an important number of businesses at that company, including.
Okay, NVIDIA. I'm taking some profits here, folks. NVIDIA. I just want to take a couple of notes.
This is after a significant search by the board of directors that has taken place over actually since February.
All right, 66% on that. 2 trades. 2 trades this morning.
Announced early in the year he would be stepping down by the end of the year. Chris will take on the role as of September the 27th. Shulman will stay on as director until the next annual meeting in May. Speaking to a number of members of the search committee for the board, they were enthusiastic, as you might imagine, saying they had whittled it down from 9 candidates to 4 for Mr. Chris in particular, because they believe that the focus on small and medium-sized businesses.
Okay, NVIDIA. Hoping that we continue higher.
Margins up as a result of providing products that will specifically enable the company to grow at a faster rate.
Do you think that there's anything to make of the fact that he oversaw the MailChimp acquisition? That was a $12 billion acquisition for Intuit. Does that signal that he could be overseeing some more deal making, or that the board's looking for additional deal making?
I did actually ask that question. It's a good one, and the answer was
319.
yes, there is an
Shoot.
expectation, particularly in filling in holes in the product portfolio and doing so throughout
97%.
but not big deals at all. No, not 12 billion. Or remember, of course, this company ran into a lot of issues when it appeared to be going after Pinterest, if you recall, and the stock price. Well, it's never really recovered. Obviously, the company at one point had a $350 billion market value. It's now, let's call it around $70 billion. But the Pinterest deal was one that certainly.
What time is it? And 35 minutes.
Anything like that road, down that road. There is, however, an expectation, given their $5.5 billion free cash flow, especially, that they can do acquisitions that will fill a product portfolio. And the board did some very enthusiastic about his ability to find and execute on those kinds of deals. So that would be one part of many. Of course, he's never been a CEO. I think he's 46 years old. He does run a division with 7,000 employees.
Yeah, nice way to start the week, right? Yeah, I agree with you, Steve. Steven.
I haven't heard from Elliott. It's about a year ago that we first learned their significant stake in the company. Uncertain at this point as to what their stake is.
All right, so I took profits on NVIDIA. Took some profits here.
Just get a sense as to their vision of the company, what they wanted to see in terms of not just a new CEO, but more importantly, sort of strategic.
97.5%.
Elliott was amongst those, but again, had no place in the acquisition.
Had the two trades here. Excuse me.
about whale watching. I'm not sure about the boots.
I know. The producers reminded me that binoculars would have been much better than a so thank you for correcting.
I went on a whale watching cruise in Hawaii, and it was like 2 hours in. They said, we haven't seen a whale in months. Here's a Mai Tai.
Which was also okay.
Yeah, there.
Worked out fine.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, range is more for the Mai Tai than
Yeah.
binoculars anyway.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
the analogy holds. Stay with it. Coming up, read on retail ahead of a slew of big earnings from the space. What investors need to know after the break. Stay with us.
Sorry, I keep clearing my throat and ear. I'm not even realize I'm doing it until after until after I do it. Okay, I'm out. I'm I'm out. That was fun. Only takes one good trade. All right, so sorry about that. I didn't gonna get back to this screen here. It's very possible that Nvidia continues higher. A lot of people will take profits off 97 to 100%. Obviously, take half off. You get a little selling. Very possible this continues higher. I don't think the semis are going to give it up that easily today. So look for dips to buy. If you missed the morning run, there's another scalp setting up here. Another scalp. So let me take a look at NVIDIA. Oh, so NVIDIA has that 50-day overhead. That's right. So the most I'm looking for is NVIDIA to get back up to the 50-day. We'll watch for rejection there. It is August. Unfortunately, from the 15th into September 1st, that starts the negative flow that we normally see during this time of year. So you have to be quick, take your profits. I'm less apt to take, big positions for a swing. I'll take profits off during the day. With NVIDIA, I got one more call left. And if it continues higher, I'll take that off. If it starts to move lower, I'll get out. Cool. I had, what is it? NVDS.
Welcome back. It's a big week ahead for retail earnings as Home Depot, Target, Walmart, and more report results. And despite rising consumer concerns, the National Retail Federation is forecasting a record-breaking back-to-school season. Here to discuss.
Yeah, I had NVDS. Same thing. You had puts. You probably made a lot more than I did, but it was a minor hedge just in case NVIDIA continued to fall off. Still think NVIDIA's got more downside in the cards.
Well, it's interesting. Consumer debt is at an all-time high. So we saw a lot of retail sales, especially for back to school, get pushed much earlier in the summer because schools are starting earlier. So I think you're going to see kind of a second quarter load of sales that the third quarter is going to be affected by. So we are very cautious about looking at the third quarter. First quarter was extremely strong across the entire portfolio. We're seeing it in our restaurant business as well. Second quarter is a little bit flatter, and I'm very actually cautious about this third quarter because the sales.
Oh, sorry, just to kind of put a fine point on it, you're cautious because of the overall debt balances that consumers have, and you think that will impact their willingness and ability to spend more from here?
Yes, and I think the second quarter, I think a lot of sales were pushed up this year from this year because of school starting earlier as well. But on the luxury side, which a lot of our centers, luxury brands, they're doing extremely well. But the legacy brands, the Gaps of the world, things like that, their sales has actually been kind of flat. But we're we're seeing the luxury sales hold up, but it's primarily in accessories, you know, handbags, shoes, things like that. But we've had a good year. I'm just optimistic. I mean, I'm very, you know, cautious going into this year just because consumer debt is so high.
Interesting. You know, speaking of kind of the debt world, what about the commercial real estate side of things? I know you
Okay. All right, NVIDIA,
you know, you're a private equity investor.
35 minutes.
Creating any concern?
That was pretty fun. That was a lot of fun.
Kind of the Texas market.
Well, I'll speak to retail, and we're really on a national basis. The vacancy rate in retail across the country is about 4.25%. You know, less than 5%, an all-time low. There's no construction lending going out because banks. I mean, we build office buildings, apartments, and everything, and banks basically just shut the door on everybody. I mean, there is no lending going out the door at all right now, and so that is actually good if you already own retail. That it's going to hold firm because you're not going to have competition coming on. Tenants that have vacated to bankruptcies like Bed Bath Beyond, things like that, those have been quickly backfilled, and so we're encouraged by that. And then this big merger going on in the luxury space with Tapestry and Capri and people like that, that's an interesting dynamic that's going to happen because you're going to see premium retail, much like premium office, tenants are more and more going to go because if you're a one-off brand that's now been bought by LVMH or others, they're clustering their luxury retail together and just going into the premium centers. So we've actually are a beneficiary from that. But the centers and malls that just have one or two luxury tenants, you know, Tiffany used to be a one-off brand, and now it's part of a much bigger group. They're going in and trying to cluster all their tenants together. So you are going to see some softness, I think, and more softness in the secondary malls retail from that standpoint.
Ray, back to the consumer. So do you continue to see or expect to see this dichotomy you were describing between luxury and sort of mid-market?
Oh yeah, the luxury.
Okay, so continue to hear a bid in the market.
You know, since the pandemic, and we're seeing same-store sales in luxury sales.
Oh, there goes the S&P. There goes the S&P. All right, so check out the rest of the FANG stocks. Okay, Apple's on the move. Amazon, Google.
You know, and just finally, just to come back to the banks, because obviously we cover them closely. I mean, if you wanted to develop something right now, you couldn't get the money. It's just that simple.
Well, I tell you, we just closed a $120 million high-rise apartment loan in Dallas, and you used to be able to get a 65 to 70% LTV, you know, mortgage on it. They're down below. I think we got 45% on this. So what it's done is it's squeezed your returns. So investors are like, well, why even go into it? Because I don't get the leverage to get the returns that I need. And so it's had an effect, and you're seeing. But construction prices. The other interesting thing is the cost of construction continues to go up, even though demand for construction is going down. But we're hearing from contractors around the country are calling us, which they wouldn't return calls for so long, but they need work because they can look out in 4 and 25 and they see it slamming to a shut. I give you an example. The new Goldman Sachs HQ2 they're doing in Dallas was a $800-900 million loan, and I mean it's been held up 9 or 10 months. JP Morgan finally did the loan, but it's been a very, very difficult environment for them for a Goldman Sachs 100% lease building. So go look at something like that as an example.
Wow. Yeah, no, it's clear that the credit conditions are definitely sour and souring all across the country. But thank you for sharing a picture of what you're seeing in Texas with regard to the state of commercial real estate as well as the consumer. We appreciate it, Ray.
Sure. Thank you for having me.
Still to come this morning, the tech tumble breakdown. Names like Apple and NVIDIA have been having some trouble lately, although some reversals in NVIDIA at least today. And the broader sector looking for its worst month since December.
FNGR. Let's see. FNGR. That's Joe Kern, or whatever his name is. Keith Kern or Kevin Kern. Kern on Twitter. X. Finger motion, whatever that is. Okay, Apple at the high. We're starting to see a little profit taking. Nvidia is still pulling back a little bit. I'm not surprised that Nvidia will pull back a little bit. If you took options right out of the gate in the first 10, 15 minutes, you probably made about 100% on those options, as long as you didn't overpay or chase it. Steven, you did really good, man. You got really good entry there. Awesome. More than 100%. Nice. LA, good job there. Okay. Give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down. We had a nice pop there. Nvidia still pulling back. Let's see what Micron is doing. You can see how helpful using ATR and daily range as a barometer. Okay, let's look at a few stocks that Scott Redler's looking at. Man, that's such a mess, Maui. Okay, RYTM. CNX. Rails, okay. ETLE. Rocket. FRG. NSSC. BOH. And GPI. Yeah, these are all trending. All right, so watching Twitter, Scott Redler just posted some heavily shorted stocks with the highest relative strength, with a criteria of 500 million plus market cap, 15% short interest via Koifen charts. Any notes? Be careful. Okay.
We'll start with Mosaic, which is among the worst performers in the group, as analysts over at Barclays downgrade that fertilizer giant to an underweight rating. Now, they cite the ongoing price decline in potash and ongoing labor disputes, amongst other things. Also, analysts at Barclays downgrading rival CF Industries to an equal weight rating, but increasing their target price on that stock overall. They say they're confident in the company's ability to execute better than its peers, but they do express some caution on those declining fertilizer prices. So macro within fertilizer. David, I'll send things back down. Okay. Thank you, Tom. It has been somewhat turbulent recent time for tech, at least this month. It was the worst sector last week, headed for what would be its worst stretch in terms of the performance of many of the biggest stocks since December. The Nasdaq 100 did drop below its 50-day moving average for the first time since March. One of our next guests believes, quote, "This is a simple timeout. Strange woes and later in the year." Let's bring in a tech panel. Brent Thill, Jefferies tech analyst, and Harsh Kumar, Piper Sandler analyst. Brent, I'll give you first take here. What do we make of this pullback? Is it the pause that refreshes?
Morning, David. Yeah, I think ultimately tech overextended. We had all the AI hype, and then followed by buy-side expectations that things were accelerating in terms of demand. Demand is stabilizing, and AI won't have a material revenue impact, at least for software and some of the internet names, until 2020.
All right, remember, semiconductors are strong today, so don't be surprised if these continue higher. I'm not going to chase NVIDIA up here, up 100%. I'll wait for the 12 to 2 o'clock period. It's very possible NVIDIA could push a bit more, but it's up almost $12 on the day. Seeing a little profit taking there. People like us in trading room taking profits after you're up 100%. Take half off or more. That way, what's left is a free trade because you've taken back your initial investment. Now you've got a free trade, so you could see it continue higher. I have a bad habit when I'm up 100% and I start to see more fade. I just take pretty much all of it off. I'll leave maybe one or two options open. I don't like to see profits evaporate. All right, Micron looks like it's going to break again. Let me take a look at Micron's chart. Micron. Okay, Micron's already done. 145% of its ATR, 155% of its daily range. It could continue. You're just taking a huge risk by buying up here at the high. Many of these could be reversal candles that take a while to slow down. Let me take a look at Micron on the daily. Micron.
Thank you for having me on your show. So we have a slightly different tweak. We are incredibly bullish on tech.
Okay, here's Micron. Okay, it's right at the moving averages. Okay, so we could see a fade here, and we could see a follow through. This could be a reversal candle that gets everybody that got short in the last 3 weeks to cover volume. Okay, I want to see that above the selling volume we saw last week. Get above 15 million shares. That would be convincing. Look for a follow-through day tomorrow. If you took the rest of the day off, it wouldn't be a bad thing. If you traded NVIDIA or Apple or Microsoft, Amazon looks like it wants to go. Let's see what Amazon's got up its sleeve. Amazon. Amazon's on a buy signal since 9:40 a.m. It was on a buy right at 138.40. It's only up $1, a little bit more than $1 from there. But it's up. Oh, that's Amazon. Sorry, Amazon. Amazon's been on a buy since 9:40. It's up $1 from that buy signal. It's trading 46% of its ATR, 64% of its daily range. So Amazon has potential for a follow through. The indices are. Amazon looks really good. Amazon looks really good for maybe a swing. Amazon. Let me see what I want to do here. Amazon. Okay, I already have some calls. The 140s. Okay. Okay, Amazon.
Hey, Greg, really quick on some of the big Alphabet and Meta, how you're sizing up the ad market going into these last few months.
Okay, Amazon. I just bought some more Amazon. Amazon, 46%. ATR, bought some more. Friday, expiry, 140 calls. The indices are on the move, so that's helping out. There goes Amazon. Goodbye. There we go. Amazon's going. I think they heard me. All right, there we go. Nice breakout of this level right in here. Amazon next.
Thanks so much. Speaking of big tech, Tesla's under some pressure today after another round of price cuts at that name. Phil LeBeau's got some details on that. Hey, Phil, good to see you again, Phil.
Hey, Carl, these are price cuts that Tesla initiated overnight in China. That's some of the pressure, as you mentioned, on shares of Ford. Let's run down what these price cuts are. They affect the Model Y vehicles that are built and sold in China. These are long-range and performance models. Basically, the price is going to be coming down just under $2,000. That works out to about 3.5, 3.8%. As you take a look at Tesla's annual sales, remember, China is the biggest market for them, along with North America, but it really has been the driver of the growth in terms of their vehicles.
Amazon, nice follow through on Amazon.
1.8 million vehicles to be sold this year. And you know, when your sales drop 31% as they did between June and July, you were going to see this. You will see price cuts in order to stoke the market a little bit. And that's one reason why you see shares of Tesla under pressure today, guys.
Phil, I mean, we're all trying to get a read on the Chinese economy, and obviously it's pretty important for Tesla. You know, are there any expectations there? Anything we can read into this in terms of previous times they've cut prices as a result of lessening demand?
Usually, yeah, David, usually it does stoke demand.
I wouldn't mind buying a Model 3. You know, we got 3 cars already. I don't really need a 4th car, but for a car for tooling around, plug it into the solar panels. I just need to have an interface for that. Get free energy, you know, for running errands and stuff. That'd be cool. A couple of you have Teslas, right? Which one do you like the best? The late Rob Kaplan had a Porsche. EV. He said that sucker would go. Miss that guy. Miss him. Rob Kaplan, if you're trading up there, watching us.
There's not a ton of competition. Different story in China, where there's a lot more competition over there. That said, Tesla does have the brand strength in China that you don't see with other brands. Some brands have it, but not a lot of brands in China. And that's really Tesla's advantage in China.
All right, Phil, thank you. Thank you very much. As we head to break, check out the biggest gainers on the S&P to start the week. You've got Micron up more than 5%, Teledyne up 4%, Nvidia up 4%. So decent rally to start the week in some of the tech chip names over there. Squawk on the Street returns after this.
Varney and Company on Fox Business just said Amazon is set to more than double. I love the bears, Amazon. When everyone is extremely bullish, I don't think everybody's extremely bullish, are they? I mean, I thought that everybody had gotten very bearish. When everyone is extremely bullish, it's when you should sell, and that's what's happening right now. They're looking to unload on clueless retail. Okay, price is saying otherwise for now. Amazon continuation looks good. I'll take that bet. Okay, so all you need is one good trade. You get 2 good trades a day. That's awesome. All right, so this is the second trade for me today, Amazon. I do have a lot of swings. You know, those are positions that I'm selling premium against, etc. Wow. NVIDIA is very impressive. The semis, very impressive. Apple's still going. All right, so I was expecting a lot more carnage this morning. I thought because we're below the volatility trigger, we still have a lot of room to gain. We have to get back above. We're above 4450. We need to get above 4500. That's a big level. Resistance overhead. So a lot of these positions, I'm not clueless. I'm not clueless retail, as that one person was saying on StockTwits. I'm not clueless. I do sense that there could be more downside and probably will be. So these day trades in and out while holding on to swings like Apple that I'm selling premium against. Okay, Apple. That brings my cost basis down every time I sell covered calls or put spreads or whatever for credit. It brings my cost basis down while still retaining my core position. JP Morgan, another core position. I don't plan on selling JP Morgan. I'll just sell premium, sell credit spreads, sell covered calls. It's like dividends, once a week if I can get in and out. Most of the time I'm buying or I'm selling 3 months out, thinking quarterly, 3 months out on the options, per the videos that I share with you guys from SMB Capital. A very good source for understanding rather than me rehashing what's already said. Just go check out SMB Capital, Sierra Michael Bravo, SMB Capital, Sierra Michael Bravo on YouTube, SMB Capital. Mike Bellafiore has got quite the reputation. Everybody knows him. Anybody in the city knows, trader-wise, knows Mike Bellafiore. They have the most successful prop firm in the city. Many of their traders are making 6 and 7 place gains on the year. I think Shark is up to 7. Seven figures. Many of them are 6-figure traders. Cleveland Cliff continues to climb. Cleveland Cliff is on the tear. Yep. I'm already out of that one. People are bringing capital into Florida. This is a great place to do business. Your competitors all do very well here at Thanks, Sailor. Okay, we got a size buyer of 12,500 of the November 260 in the money calls for Meta. Okay, Amazon. Cleveland Cliff on the move. Cleveland Cliff.
With China. I would view them as an adversary, and I think it's
Yeah, of course they're an adversary. You think they like us?
but that is not the direction.
Of course China's an adversary.
We really still are stuck in Europe being the primary theater of our concern, and
I don't know. There's just so much noise out there. I only care about the financial information that's shared on Twitter, X, StockTwits, whatever. I could care less. I mean, CNBC spends so much time on politics. If I want to see politics, I'll just go to NBC or CBS and listen to the biased political news. I don't need to see it on CNBC. Carvana. All right, that's moving higher. Carvana.
policy, renominate Jay Powell, and even if you would ban Congress from trading stocks. The full interview will air tonight on Last Call, 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
Interesting, Brian, to hear the back and forth, obviously, on Disney. Something that follows, closely.
Amazon back to 140.
Because we spoke our mind on an issue where we disagreed with you, Governor. And of course, they would also say, hey, when it comes to the economy of Florida, I mean, they started Walt Disney World, and that really started everything. And I mean, what was Orlando before that in the 70s, right? So it's very interesting to hear him comment on that. We're really not really saying anyway that he seems willing to engage with them. It's kind of moved on almost, hasn't it?
Well, you know, going back to your excellent interview, by the way, a couple of weeks ago with Bob Iger, Dave, you and I should get together. Maybe we could broker.
Okay, Micron's number one on the NASDAQ 100. Micron.
What was the cause of the beef? I almost couldn't remember what started this. It was the Florida bill, the Parental Rights and Education Act, some people call it Don't Say Gay bill, and then Disney got on board with that, and then they went back and forth. Now they're being sued. There were board changes.
All right, Micron's number one on the Index 100 and the Q's ranking. We've got, it's up 5% on the day. Micron, no surprise there for those of you trading semis this morning. Congratulations. I thought for sure we would come in here this morning and the markets were going to continue to move lower. S&P is up 15 handles right now, 0.3%. It's not a lot, but it's making progress back towards resistance at 4,500. Yeah. LRCX Prism, I saw that one on the list too. LRCX. All right, LRCX very strong. Semiconductor is very strong today. Marvell is number 5. Marvell, number 5. Number 5.
Likely GOP primary voters. So people that would likely vote in the GOP primary. 56% said they're more concerned about law enforcement.
All right. So we're already at almost 11 o'clock. Almost 11 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I'm going to take a short break as the markets push higher. Enjoy your profits. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go grab some coffee and stick my head outside for a breath of fresh air. You should do that a couple of times a day, traders. It helps clear your mind and reset your whatever. I'll be right back.
I will say this is that he brought up Janet Yellen and he said that he thought the Treasury Secretary was sort of living in an alternate universe, particularly as it pertains to China, which is how he kind of got into I view them as an adversary. And then, of course, before that, we talked a lot about China's role, not only as a global manufacturing power, but also the manufacturing of critical things. I mean, China's role in the pharmaceutical supply chain, critical minerals for electric car batteries. You know, it's going to be a delicate dance. Whomever is in the White House, whether it's President Biden or somebody else in 2024, with one of the most important economic nations, China, and military nations now in the world. Full interview tonight, 7 p.m.
Can't wait. Definitely we'll be tuning into that, Brian. Thank you for giving us some of the highlights as a little preview. We appreciate it. Speaking of critical things, U.S. Steel shares surging as the company rejects a more than $7 billion buyout offer from rival Cleveland Cliffs. These shares up more than 27% right now. The CEO of Cleveland Cliffs joins us next hour to discuss. We're back in 2.
Fabletics.com.
Welcome back. Today, after the bell, is the deadline for 13F filings, which showcase how managers positioned their long equity holdings as of the end of June. A snapshot of how their portfolios changed during the second quarter. We have actually gotten a few early filers, though. This morning, Coatue came out with some thematic moves in EVs, China tech, and chip makers. Philippe Lafon's firm boosting exposure to the EV ecosystem, adding to holdings in Lucid, Fisker, Nikola, and QuantumScape. But it pared back Chinese tech, selling large amounts of Alibaba, JD.com, and a few others. Within chips, the firm is being more discretionary, adding to AMD and Applied Materials, but paring back NXP, onsemi, and NVIDIA. Other managers disclosing interesting chip trades. Starboard dissolved a stake in onsemi, though Soros and Dan Sondheim's D1 also out this morning, adding new positions in NVIDIA. Within big tech, Seth Klarman's Baupost revealed a new position in Amazon worth about $125 million, but decreased its stake in Alphabet. D1 also trimmed its stake in Alphabet along with Meta and Microsoft while dissolving a position in Amazon. Soros dissolved some big tech names as well, Netflix, Salesforce, and Spotify to name a few, but the firm took a new stake in Microsoft. So you can see some interesting moves in big tech, but I thought that, thematically with EVs, chip makers, and Chinese tech.
Always important to note George Soros does not make any of those investment decisions. Soros doesn't have not one. Doesn't even have a clue at this point what's in the portfolio. Leslie, thank you. Squawk on the street. Right back after this.
Okay, a little profit taking at the high. Really nice outside. It's a little warm, but it's nice. All right, so Amazon. Bullish engulfing noted by others on Twitter. Bullish engulfing on NVIDIA. I don't expect it to get back above the 50-day initially on first attempt. Apple still basing. All right, Apple.
Good Monday morning. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Leslie Picker, live at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. U.S. Steel, as you may know by now, rejecting this unsolicited
Upstart bouncing at the 100.
The CEO of Cleveland-Cliffs is going to join us in just a few moments.
That one got creamed. That one got creamed. Okay, watching that.
The CEO of Wheaton Precious Metals on strong earnings results. His outlook is turning into a very interesting commodity space.
But so far this morning, we've seen all three major indexes in the green. So seizing a bit of a rebound
Oh, Amazon, what can you do for me? What have you done for me lately? Okay, mostly the semiconductor stocks in play today. Nvidia is creeping up to number 2 now. Nvidia did make another move higher. So I'm going to probably take the last few calls off here. I got one left. Okay, those are over 100%. So Marvell is number 5 on the NASDAQ 100. AMD is number 7. Number 10 is Texas Instruments, followed by Broadcom, AVGO, LRCX, Autodesk, Palo Alto Networks, Netflix, Intuit, Clack, Workday. The top 20 looks pretty solid. Amazon's in the top 20. Lulu, Zscaler, Intel back above 35. All right, having a good day. Having a good day. Amazon. All right, so trending. Okay, good. Good. Apple, nice move on Apple. 170 on Apple.
This week's retail sales data and the minutes from the FOMC could reinforce the soft landing narrative and support stocks. Joining us this morning, iCapital Chief Business Strategist Anastasia Amoroso. Great to have you back. So you're looking for maybe some momentum to build this week.
We've had a bit of a consolidation in the S&P, but we certainly had a pullback in tech.
Microsoft pulling back. The indices pulling back. Keep an eye on the next 15, 20 minutes to see what the markets do. Do we put in a higher low? Or is this a reversal trapping the bulls? I really thought we were going to be much lower this morning. Amazon, higher lows continue to persist. Higher lows, higher highs. This will be the 5th higher low on the 5-minute chart, 2-minute chart, sorry, the 5th higher low on the 2-minute chart. And the 5th higher high, we need a 6th higher high. Google trying for the highs of the day. Google.
Any good explanations as to why we can't get some suppression on yields despite the inflows back to 4.2? Bill Gross on Friday saying fair value is 4.5 on the 10-year. Why do you think that is?
Oh, there's so many explanations, to be honest. It's a perfect storm for rates to move higher.
I love that expression, to be honest. To be honest.
Then you've got inflation. I know we just heard that inflation expectations are working their way back down, but actually, if you start to look at inflation potentially further out in the year, the headline numbers may have got higher. So we're concerned about that. And then you've got this widening gap, which is our budget deficit that we have to finance, and the issuance steps up from $2.3 trillion to $3 trillion next year. So you put all that together with market technicals, meaning a lot of and now they're having to unwind some of that. So I think that's why we get these knee-jerk reactions of yields going higher. But again, having said that, we've come a long way in a short period of time, and it's natural that.
Okay, we're currently fading on the S&P right now. Let's look for a higher low. Still up 15 handles, 0.3%. The 10-year is at 4.18%. All right, remember we were going to check the 10-year. Keep you apprised of that. Let's go take a look. 10-year yield. Okay, got rejected, starting to fade. This will be the third time we're up at this level. If you listen to Ed Yardini, you would think that once we get rents to start to fade, there's a lot of inventory out there. They built so many apartments about 30 minutes from us. These big, huge pieces of property. They have like, I don't know, 25, 30 unit pods, if you will, 2-story, 3-story. And there's about, I don't know, 10 of those in this one development on about 100 acres with parking. It's not complete yet. And I got to believe that's going to hit the rental markets soon. It's a lot of that around the country. Microsoft still fading, Amazon fading. Okay, so the meat of the move this morning has been the first hour and a half so far, and we're starting to fade a little bit. Looking for B and C pivots now. Doesn't mean I'm looking for a complete reversal of the morning run. 10 years starting to fade as well. NIMO is at minus 49. NIMO minus 49. So it's very close to an area where we might see a reversal. This is the fourth. This would be the fourth red histogram bar on TTM. However, we're starting to get a yellow bar. So could be a short-term dip and a reversal about to set up. So it's minus 50. Let's go check the breath. Breath had pulled back quite a bit. Okay, you can see small caps are dropping the most here, minus 20%. NASDAQ reversing, as you would suspect, with the FANG stocks bouncing. This has plenty of room to the upside. So let's say NVIDIA, Micron, all of the big semis, the top 10 semis, continue to rally with tech. There is plenty of room to the upside before we got overbought again. Plus 30% would be considered overbought. We're not even close. We're near the zero line. Mid caps, small caps, mid caps minus 10%, small caps minus 18, minus 19%. And S&P is just sitting here, minus 7%, but not selling off like it did over here in March. That's a good sign. The other thing I want to point out is something I mentioned in the weekend video. You'll find this interesting, I believe. Here is the McClellan volume oscillator. When volume peaks, meaning everybody is joining in, you get these peaks, all right, these red arrows. You get up to the extreme overbought, and then we roll over. We're looking at areas of extreme oversold now, like the last one was here in March. We got the extreme oversold. What happened? The markets bounced and followed through. The last time we bounced at the minus 20 zone, which is right where we are right now. If this does turn along with advanced decline, this is a great setup. Look for a bounce. Okay, last time it did this was over here in May. And what happened? We rallied into June, July. Now, the caveat, of course, is this time of year tends to be weaker on average. Going back 25 years, the period between August 16th, tomorrow, and September 30th tends to be a negative return, minus 2.83%, starting that period. So if you start August 16th and you work your way to the end of September, that tends to be about a 2.83% pullback. That's really not that big when you think about it. We've already had a 3.6% pullback, and we bounced at the 50-day. So 2.3% from here, that would be about a total of 6% from the highs. Anyway, something to think about. Keep an eye on the volume oscillator. I know, Corey, you have a copy of this. If this starts to turn, this is an area where we start to look for a bounce. Okay. Okay, so something that Joe K over at Option Hawk was talking about, something I want to tune you into. Okay, he was looking at NIMO on the daily, NYSE on the daily, as a bearish trend, which we can agree with. Okay, NYSE. You can see this trend, the black line. NYSE is turned down. However, look at the monthly. I think this is pretty enlightening. Look at the monthly. Okay, here, look at the monthly. When it crosses the zero line, very seldom does the market pull back. Okay, here is the last time it crossed over was 2016. You see that right there, 2016, and the subsequent run after that. That was when NYSE went negative and then went positive, moved back above. Look over here at 2009. You see that? This is not my imagination. This is what the chart is saying. Once it reversed after the 2007, 2008 bear market. Oh, you don't see what I'm talking about. Sorry about that. Okay, here is, let me just go back one. Let me go back to the daily and just repeat this. Sorry, I do this all the time. My bad. All right, so you can see on the daily, we're on a bit of a downtrend. So what we're looking for is a trough. We're looking for a reversal. We're at minus 50 NIMO right now. Okay, now look at the monthly. The daily is down, but the monthly says something different. Okay, look over here, 2009. You see when this dark colored line moved up in 2009 from March 9th when we reversed into the secular bull market? We ran back up through the zero line and the monthly and continued to climb. Okay, look what happened afterwards. Over here, we made a minor dip. That was back in 2015, 16, 2016. We dipped, we turned back up. Okay, the momentum is up. So even though we're seeing a little bit of weakness, 3.6% below the recent highs, there is reason to believe that we could see a follow through. Now, let's take a look at a couple other things. Remember the S&P versus commodities, that continues to move higher. We have II bull bear. Okay, this line is still straight up. There's no wiggle in it yet. No wiggle like it was back in 2020. Wiggle. Over here, 2009, wiggle. As it ascended, look at this line. Bears continue to capitulate. Okay, we got this rate of change rolling over, moving to the upside, bullish. Short term, yeah, there's potential for some more weakness, but monthly, on the monthly time frame, looks completely different. All right, we've got to keep an eye on the FANG stocks. Speaking of FANG, let's go take a look. All right, here's the New York FANG. Okay, so let me just readjust this trend line. Okay, here's the New York FANG. Okay, RSI is turning back up. Okay, stochastics, in most cases, stochastics is oversold, ready to turn. All it's going to take is a catalyst to get us moving. We could embed like we did over here. All right, so we pulled back quite a bit. Okay, in December, we pulled back for over a week and a half, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and we stayed embedded here. Once we did turn, once this indicator turned, stochastics turned 14.1, 14.3, whatever you use. Once it turned up and started moving towards 50, look what happened. Okay, so we're set up to go. We're just not doing it yet. There's a lot of things bullish. I'm just looking at the money flow. I'm not giving you an opinion. I'm just looking at what the charts are saying. Subjective opinion of what the charts are saying, of course. But NYSE on the monthly, you can't refute that that's moving higher. And the last time it did that was 2016. Prior to that was 2009, which led to this current secular bull market that we're still in, by the way, with cyclical bear markets 2020, 2016, punctuating the downside from time to time when bulls get too bullish. Everybody on one side of the boat. Okay, we're starting to bounce now. Watch your FANG stocks. NVIDIA is very strong today, up 18 points. Congratulations, 4.5%. NVIDIA. Amazon looking for another pounce to the upside. Apple, same thing. Microsoft, Google. All right, so we know that semis are doing well. So NVIDIA having a good day. Sunrise Trader on Twitter making the point. This is a bullish engulfing candle. Depending on how we close, this could be the start of a move back above the 50-day. Remember, institutions are long this stock. Okay, and they're looking at the long term. They're not looking at, over the last few weeks. So a dip, do they buy? It'll show up if they do. If they start buying, we'll close on a bullish candle and we'll get back above the 50-day probably tomorrow. If we get rejected at the 50-day, then they're probably waiting. Watch the volume. Volume needs to be above what we had on Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If we can get that, then we have a possibility of a follow-through. Stochastic set up here as well. You see the similarities? There's a lot of stocks that are set up this way. All right, so that looks good. Let's take a look at Nucor Steel. Let's look at stochastics. Down below 50, starting to turn. What was hot last week? XLV healthcare was hot. That's still pushing higher. Look where stochastic was. It turned. What happened? Price action rose. Okay, RSI back above 50, showing strength of trend. Energy was strong last week. It's taking a break. It's an inside day for now. Stochastics embedded, so this could pull back a little bit, consolidate for a week. Probably resumes its trend. Walmart, reversal from the high. Walmart. Okay, you can see where stochastics is right here. Let's see. Target has earnings this week, right? Oversold. What about TJ Maxx? TJ Maxx. Place was mobbed this weekend. TJ Maxx. TJ Maxx. Look at stochastics turning. Has room to the upside. RSI turning higher, showing strength of trend. It's trending 921.50, 200-day are up and to the right. Okay, I love this setup. Let's go take a look at the IBD 50 stock because there's a number of these that had stochastics oversold, pointed out in the weekend video, and reason to believe they could move higher. Okay, let's go to Candle Glance. Okay, if you see any of these that work for you, consider taking some of these trades. All right, so here we go. Okay, so we can zoom in a little bit. Arbor Realty, ACGL, Arch Capital. You can see stochastics oversold. Looking for a pop back towards the 21-day. Arbor Realty is a $16 stock. Have a wick on the candle today. Looking for stochastics to turn. It's set up nicely. Apollo Management. Looking for a turn here as well. Okay, ANET. Booz Allen Hamilton. Coming off the 21-day. Look at that pretty chart. Look at that. Look at stochastics over here. Stochastics turning. Selling last week begets buying this week. 21 day, 921.50 up and to the right. RSI, look at all this muscle up here as the stock moved higher from 92 up to 124. Nice. Stochastics turned up. That looks good. Let's see what else. Caterpillar holding. Cactus. Celsius. Okay, a little bit overbought now. Volume tapering off. S&P looks like it's going to turn. Futu, looking for that to turn. Kensel Capital. This is real estate. Company is in the real estate business. Not real estate, sorry, insurance. My mouth moving before my brain catches up sometimes. All right, here's Stochastic. Look at that setup. That's a beautiful setup. Look at the last time it's set up this way back in late May. What happened? It popped from 300 up to 355. Can you handle 50 points? I can. 50 points from here, 420, 425. That'd be nice. RSI is rising, showing you the strength of the trend over the last 4 days is beginning to improve. I mean, the only thing else I can do for you is give you a guarantee, which I can't do, but these look really good. Look really good. Kensel Capital, Dash, DoorDash. Look at DoorDash at the 50-day. Look at the 20. Look at the stochastic. Is it there yet? Not quite. It needs to hold this level. We had that problem with SMCI. We thought we could see it hold the 50-day. It didn't. It dropped below it. Now it needs to get back up. RSI needs to turn. Stochastics now oversold. Could turn up. Close below the 50-day. On Friday, we thought this would be bouncing. Not yet. Okay, so let's look at a few more on the IBD 50. Workday, look at Stochastic. Workday. Royal Caribbean, Stochastic's ready to turn. Penduo Duo. Okay, so those look good. I also have a scan, IBD scan that we did, relative strength and stocks that institutions are buying. Okay, so let me just enable Stochastic. Okay, so Stochastics on Adobe. Look at Adobe. Okay, right at the 50, moving back above the 20. Look at RSI. Look at Stochastic. Last time Stochastic's turn was here in the first week of July. You had a nice run from 480 up to 539. Okay. I can deal with 50 points. Can you deal with 50 points? Look at the volume. So that's one of the other things we need to see. Not just Stochastic's turn, but watch the volume. If it starts to pick up again. Only 10 weeks ago, they were buying the crap out of Adobe into earnings. So that looks good. Let's see. Walmart, a little overbought there. Tesla oversold, continues to move lower, reducing the price of their vehicles in China. I think equivalent $1,900 in yuan. Oracle, this is a nice setup. People thinking about trading or investing in AI. Now, this is a 3-candle reversal. So I had a Morningstar Doji. Think sunrise, you get the doji, spinning top, you get the reversal pattern. It's a nice reversal pattern that's pretty consistent. If we get above the 50-day, that's when I'd be interested. Not right now, because we could get rejected and roll over. Respect the 50-day. Stochastics oversold, though. Last time it was oversold was the first week of July. We made a nice run from 113, 115, whatever. 6 points. That's nice. So we'll probably do something similar. The only caveat, again, is the time of year. All right, so if they just start selling everything, looking for more downside and better prices, then these indicators could turn back down pretty easily. So it's never a guarantee. Watch Google here. Google bouncing at the 21 day on Friday, 9 EMA today. This is what I like to see. I like to see the bullish candle followed by another bullish candle. And I want to see volume starting to pick up. Needs to get above 20 million or more by the end of the day. So could stand the wait. The only problem is stochastics a bit overbought. MACD's flattening out. Not the best setup, but institutions don't care about funny little oscillators. If they want to buy something, it's usually on valuations, future earnings. Google.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I'm Bertha Coombs, and here's your CNBC News update. Maui officials and scientists are warning of yet another complication for the island's recovery. They say it could take weeks or months to clean up pollutants left behind by the fires in the air and drinking water. People on affected parts of the island are being advised only to drink and prepare food with bottled water until further notice. The military leaders behind Niger's coup say they will prosecute ousted President Mohamed Bazoum for high treason and undermining state security. If found guilty, he could face the death penalty. That announcement coming just hours after the two leaders had said they were open to dialogue to end the crisis. And Clarence Avant, who earned the unofficial title of the Godfather of Black Entertainment, has died. His list of accomplishments is so long and varied, but he's perhaps best known for his role as a mentor in the music industry, working with the likes of Quincy Jones, Pharrell Williams, Whitney Houston, and so many more. Avant's family says he passed peacefully on Sunday at home in Los Angeles. He is 92 years old. Quite a legacy there. Quite a legacy indeed, Bertha. Thank you. Thanks for bringing us back. After the break, former Goldman Sachs managing director Mamie Gully is with us on her new memoir about coming out as trans in corporate America. She joins us right here at Coast 9. We're back in 2.
Bitcoin is breaking out. Bitcoin.
If we could just start off with what that experience was like coming out as trans at Goldman Sachs. You write the book, quote, did I want people to fuss over me and compliment me or just leave me alone and treat me like nothing had changed since Friday, even though everything had? Bring us in the room. What exactly did happen when you came out of Goldman?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. I'm very excited to be here, very excited about the book coming out. I had a really good experience coming out of Goldman Sachs. I didn't really know what to expect, but you only come out once in your life. And Goldman Sachs was very supportive. They assigned somebody from the Human Resources Department to give me kind of customized service and to help me with any issues that came up. And, issues did come up. But my experience was very, very good.
And then, of course, it followed with the New York Times profile, which, shared a little bit more about your journey. And as you described in the memoir, you say that you were cheered that your senior executives and traders in the securities division, who you had worked closely with for many, many years, had taken time to reach out to you. But you mentioned that somewhat curious to you was the immense silence on the subject from people who knew in investment banking.
Yeah.
Just silence?
No, it wasn't really silence. I just thought I had more friends in investment banking. And, you never know why someone doesn't reach out to you. I didn't take a survey after the fact, but you really find out who is close to you when you go through something like that. And I was very cheered that a lot of my friends in trading were very, very supportive. For example, the head of commodities at Goldman Sachs, you think of commodities as being really, really tough guys, sent me a beautiful bouquet. And that just melted my heart.
How long was it where you were considering telling corporate? How long did that process take, and did you confide in coworkers up to that point?
Sure. So I realized I was transgender in October of 2018. I immediately came out in my social life, but I wasn't quite comfortable with the idea of coming out at work, and I didn't come out till 7 or 8 months later. And why don't people come out? They don't come out because they're fearful of being accepted. Early on, I told people.
Okay, so I get it. CNBC wants to cover everybody, but this has nothing to do with trading. Sorry. I know that this trans woman, I guess, used to work at Goldman Sachs. I don't care. Just show me, I'm sorry. I just don't care. It's not something that helps me in my trading. So let me switch channels here. Let me go to Mirror Trade. I don't mean to be insensitive. If you take it that way, you're misreading me. I'm focused during the trading day on trading. Okay. Amazon, looking for a B and C pivot. And D.
Supposed to come online at the end of 2026. And really what we highlighted in today's earnings release was, now that I'm in the CEO seat and I've spent a bunch of time with the company over the course of the last few months, we really laid out our strategic vision for the company and really 3 strategic pillars that are really going to be the focus of this company through the end of the decade. The first is really just proving this technology and developing this technology at utility scale. So this is that grid scale power plant that utilities will be able to deploy to fully decarbonize their grid systems to get to true net zero. The second piece is starting to build that commercial backlog such that when that first utility scale plant comes online in the middle of this decade, we have another 100 plants to deploy thereafter. And then the third piece is really standing up the supply chain function so that we can produce these plants in a standardized manufacturing mode approach at scale to meet the demand that we're seeing, not just from the utilities themselves, from the system operators here in the United States, but we're actually now starting to see it from the EPA itself saying thermal power plants across the country need to start capturing their emissions and reducing them.
All right, so as you said, you're a pre-revenue company. So first comes revenue, then comes discussions about the path to profitability. You mentioned 2026. It's kind of the target date. So that's what you have your eyes set on for us to begin those conversations.
Yeah, and I think the really nice part about us being public now is, like I said, the investors kind of have a front row seat at watching us build the company, build the backlog, and a lot of those things happen before 2026, and those are going to happen over the next few years. Same with establishing the supply chain function so that when 2026, 2027 does come around, we'll be at the capacity to be able to produce these plants at scale by the end of this decade. So you really see pillars being built at exactly the same time. And I think like the important part about, you know, why establish pillars publicly about something by the end of the decade.
Oh, that's hilarious. Made me laugh, David. I knew that was coming. I knew it was coming. All right, Bitcoin still pushing a bit higher here. Okay, Amazon. The other stocks like Nvidia are still trying to do something. Nvidia is still trying to go. Nvidia is probably going to have a big day today. I know I'm going to regret selling, but you know what? It's always easier in hindsight. You know, all I need is this little dip right here to tell me, okay, I could be losing profits. I take it off. I see it move higher. So what? You know, it was 100% plus trade. Nvidia is still going. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what they're going to continue to do. It's way past its ATR, right? I believe. Nvidia. Okay. And all the semis are in sync. NVDA. Okay, it's trading 126% of its ATR, 159% of its daily range. There's no way I can chase this up here and trade it again. I could scalp it. Just went on a buy signal 10 minutes ago. It probably breaks out. The shorts are getting crushed. You got stochastic RSI oversold again. That's probably going to continue. But it goes against the rules that I have set for myself. If it's over 100% ATR, I'll wait for 12 o'clock. I'll look for those B and C pivots. If you're a new member, you don't know what I'm talking about. I look for this pattern. We look for this pattern intraday. All right, so look at NVIDIA. You see the A pivot, right? Could be even higher, the A pivot. But once we see the A pivot, then we're looking for B and C. So it could be A right here and turn back down and form B. Why do I want to be long at the high? The answer is I don't, because ATR is 126%. Daily range is 159%. The probability that this pulls back during this time period, pretty high. So I'm looking for B and C down here near 420. If it gets there and we bounce, okay, if it gets down to B at 420, the VWAP, if it gets there and it bounces, I'll look for C. Once I see C, once I see that C pivot and it's above, hopefully above VWAP, so B, C, high or low, I'll put my stop underneath VWAP. Okay, pretty straightforward. And then look for a run into the end of the day. Okay, Amazon's starting to turn. Amazon looks like an ABCD pattern already setting up here. Okay, here's Amazon. Okay, here's A. See A? Here's A. A, B, higher low C. Look for this to take off to the upside. Now, Amazon, by contrast, is only 57% of its ATR. So much better setup, though it doesn't feel like there's a lot of momentum in Amazon. If it starts to pick up, we got to buy the dip stop on Grover's charts, a buy the dip stop right below price action at about 139.80. Buy the dip stop. Love your scripts, Grover. I really love your scripts, man. It's using the strategies we normally trade. Using the strategies we normally use just makes it a lot easier. Less thinking. By the way, Brent didn't update the Gamma channel this morning. I'll go check in a few minutes and see if he updated it. He probably updated it by now. Okay, for Monday. He sent out this Sunday update. Yeah, okay, so we updated it. 45.50 resistance, 44.50 is support. 4450, 44.50 is support. 45.50 overhead is resistance. We're trading right at 44.81. Okay, so we need to get through 4,500 for starters to even get a chance at 4,500, 45.50. Okay. Okay, Corey, I'm going to update the gamma so you can have that for your back testing. Okay, gamma, Monday. Oh, it didn't copy. Okay. All right, so Wednesday AM volatility could expand some, by the way. That plays into next week's Jackson Hole meeting. Okay, so next week we have Jackson Hole. Okay, so the markets are just sitting here. Hope everyone had a great weekend and a good start to the trading day. We traded NVIDIA early this morning for 100% or better. I believe Steven got a little bit more than 100% on his initial trade, locked some profits in, like the smart trader that he is. Many of you traded NVIDIA this morning. Congratulations. I traded NVIDIA this morning for a scalp. I'm out. NVIDIA is still going here. Looking for Amazon to follow suit along with Microsoft. Apple is squeezing presently. Microsoft is coming out of a squeeze right now. Microsoft coming out of a squeeze. Excuse me. Okay, Microsoft looks good. NVIDIA. All right, Microsoft, Google coming out of a squeeze. Okay, watching Amazon. Netflix, let's see, Netflix coming out of a squeeze. Netflix, ditto. Okay, Netflix, ditto. We have Netflix coming out of a squeeze too. Looks about ready to jump. Netflix, what was, I believe Netflix is up $6, has an ATR. Okay, so it's got plenty of room to the upside if Netflix can get going here. Okay, starting to see okay, Netflix looks pretty good for a buy. Let's see, is it on a buy? It's on a buy since 11:28, coming out of a squeeze, moving higher. Okay, Netflix. Okay, let me take a look at this on the daily real quick. Netflix. I'm interested in where resistance is. Okay, so with the 50-day overhead, so we need to see a follow through. Netflix. Okay, no momentum here. Netflix is just kind of. Semiconductors is the sector to focus on. So if you're looking for stocks with momentum, they're most likely going to be in this sector. Tech is also doing well. It's up 1.25%. However, semiconductors are up 2.25%, almost twice that of the technology. So semiconductors are leading. What is the software sub sector symbol? So let me go to. Let's see. Software. Spider. Software. Sector. Symbol. I want to add that. XSW. XSW. All right, let me add that to my list. XSW software. Okay, that's up more than 0.5%. XSW is the software ETF. XSW. This is the Spider software and services sector. It's bullish. Okay, that looks good. Doesn't trade a ton of volume though. XSW. Okay, so semiconductors are the sector to be considering. Stochastics on XSW, the Spider software and services ETF, is oversold. MACD and stochastics are both turning. RSI is below 50, kind of like flat at 41. So it's not showing a whole lot of momentum. That's probably because Microsoft isn't moving that much. Microsoft is okay, but it's still fading along a descending 9 and 21 day. So if Microsoft has a hopes to resuming the uptrend, it needs to get above 336. All right, so that's got some work to do. 336. Okay, got another 13 points to go. But good to have. Semiconductors doing the best today. SOXL. All right, so let's take a look at SOXL. Okay, nice bullish trend, 3 times bull trade. If you don't like trading options, you can always trade SOXL. SOXL, the 3-time bull Direxion daily semiconductor shares. That's at $22. And Money Magic, I'm not sure what you got there. Intel with the golden sweep. Thank you, VMV. Thanks, VMV. VMV is trading with his dad. I think that's honorable. Trying to get back into it. That's awesome. Okay, Vantair's looking at SMCI. Okay, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I would say definitely a retest of the 50-day. Yeah, 50-day overhead. Is everyone having a good day today? I imagine you are. Has Tesla turned yet? Tesla? No, not. Well, a little bit. It moved the VWAP. VWAP's up into the right. It just faded back to VWAP. Still has some work to do to fill the gap this morning. Yeah, Yuma. I built a Toys R Us store in Yuma. An arms store? Arms as in guns? That make Charles Lazarus roll over. Lettuce capital of America? Yeah. Yeah, imagine all of that area. Arizona, California. I mean, there's so much sun. Okay, what is VIX? VIX dropping off to 1489, a bit more. Okay, a little bit more selling coming in. BNC pivots likely this time of day. All right, Tesla just moved, is back towards VWAP again. Tesla. Apple looking for a higher high now that it produced a higher low. VWAP up and to the right on Apple, still consolidating Apple. So the way I leave off the weekend video and the email I send out late in the evening, I've been sending out one email, by the way. If you want to watch the video, I always post it around 2 o'clock in the alerts channel. All right, so I don't send out 2 emails a day. It's just too much work for me. Sunday is like a day I want to take it easy. Saturday, I do my script for the video. Get up early, make the video, upload it. I send out an email later at night, which is the watch list and the video in one email. So what I always talk about is Monday. Let's look for clear direction from institutions. What's the clear direction today, class? It is semiconductors in play. We have 55% of sectors are green, led by the semiconductors, metals and mining, tech, robotics and AI stocks, software and services, communications, pharmaceuticals, healthcare, transports, builders with a bounce, and XLB and XLI are flat. The rest of the sectors are weak. Energy just taking a break today. Small cap and large cap energy was very strong last week. So was healthcare. Healthcare strong again this week. However, energy took a break. Okay, energy is taking a break. No surprise. And we're seeing buyers coming in at the low of the day. All right, so your energy stocks will probably continue. So people took profits inside day, bullish candle on Friday. We hit 90 and it's closed right at 90. Looking for a follow through. Look at the weekly on energy. That'll tell you what we're thinking. Looking for it to break through this 92 level. If we do, energy longs will most likely be persistent. Last time we broke above some resistance levels, September, October, November last year into January, we rallied from 55 up to 88. So a good 30 points plus. Okay, so if we break out of this base, look for the depth of the pattern and about 30 points on top of this. Has to do it first. So a lot of things can happen in the next 6 weeks, as you know. Next 6 weeks could tell us a lot. Between August 16th and September 30th, there tends to be a 2.83% drawdown from open on the August 16th to the close on September 30th. Then we pick up in October into November, usually finishing off the year with 14 and 18% on average over 25 years. So if you can make it through August and September without, putting too much money at risk, you'll be better off most likely. If you're investing time frame, investing more in October, November, December into January. All right, First Solar with an outside day. Okay. Susie posting First Solar with an outside day. All right, looks good. Looks good. Look for 224. Got another 14, 15 points. First Solar looks like 15. All right, so a little dip here. All right, BNC pivots this time of day. You shouldn't be thinking unrealistically that the market's just going to keep soaring higher. Amazon pulling back a little bit. Okay, Amazon's not working as well. I might take that off. Okay, it's at VWAP. Let's see if we get a BNC pivot. NVIDIA is still hanging out at the high. Okay, looking for dips now. Looking for dips, BNC pivots. Don't buy the high of the day. You can stand to wait a few minutes. Between 12 and 2 o'clock is when we're looking for BNC pivots. After a big run like we've had this morning and NVIDIA and some of the semis, look for BNC pivots between 12 and 2 o'clock as a matter of course. And then you could also trade in SOXL or SMH. That's a possible trade as well if we get a follow through in semis. Funny thing about semis is one day they're up, the next day they're down a little bit, then the next day they're back up, or 2 days later they'll be back up again. Let's look at semis. Semiconductors. Okay, outside day. Engulfing, bullish engulfing. SOXL. Outside day. RSI turning. Stochastics oversold. Last time Stochastics got this oversold the last week of April. Led to a nice run from 12, 15, 13 or so up to 24 for 10 points. Not a bad trade. Will it happen again? I don't know. We're at the highs and people are talking about lower sales, less spending, slower economy, the negative things that you would expect this time of year. Once we pull back a little bit more, we'll probably have a much better setup. For now, though, we're bouncing. Semis are in play. Looks like this is going to, there goes semis, starting to go again. Okay, SOXL, pulling away from VWAP, the purple line. VWAP, higher highs, higher lows. S&P 500 not giving much back either. Stephanie's on. I like Stephanie Link. Stephanie's good.
A little bit volatile and kind of in a trading range over the last couple of weeks because these stocks have all pulled back.
But you guys made the argument though that you don't.
Oh, Wapner's back on.
Jimmy's shaking his head. As I'm talking about this, like you guys
guys have made the case that you don't necessarily need tech. Now you're telling me you do.
Well, no, I can say no.
She's saying barbell approach for a long time, Wapner. What are you talking about? She's the one I kept hearing say barbell approach.
And that could help the markets not totally collapse. But I do think you need some participation in.
Come on. All right. Watching Bitcoin. Okay, we got a higher low in Bitcoin. Now we need a higher high. That would put us above 30,400, 30,500 perhaps in Bitcoin. Watch Bitcoin.
Wait, you just said you don't think we're done yet in terms of selling on the mega names?
Yeah, because they're still expensive. They're up so much. They're definitely not in the value camp. And if you have rates continuing to rise, which we have been, especially after the CPI print last week, which didn't really show a lot of progress, some progress, but not a lot of progress. If rates continue to go up, I think that long duration assets are going to struggle a little bit, and that does include tech. So I'm not saying there's a major collapse in the market. I think they're going to be volatile for the next month or two. Seasonally, that makes a lot of sense as well. And then I just look at some of these stocks and what they have done.
You know, looking at the forward PEs of the stocks as we're filtering through the names here, right? Apple, which had a plus 30 forward PE, is now 28. Nvidia, for example, which was at 62.5 in May, is now down to 46.5.
What are you getting at Apple in terms of total earnings growth and revenue growth? Your iPhone's down 2%. Fine, I'll give you services. That was actually really the bright spot at 8%. That's only 25% of their business.
I don't know. I'm sorry. Wapner is no match for Stephanie Link. This lady is too smart.
And a lot of people are in this name. 7% of the
And she doesn't get flustered, which I think is great.
With Apple, though, are we judging it apples to apples, so to speak, because the refresh cycle, the new phone's going to come out in September. That's the quarter that matters more.
Everything he says, for the most part, is opinion related, from what I can tell. Stephanie's talking about data. So does Joe T. All right, so just watching for higher highs and higher lows now. We had a little profit taking at the highs. We know that 4,500 is going to be a major level. We're currently at 45.85, drifted down to 44.81. I said 45.85. I said 44.85 is where we are. 44.81 printing right now. 44.81, 50. VIX is trying to turn. So we could see B and C pivots this time of day.
With Apple down 8.5% in 2 weeks, and Microsoft down 4%, and Meta down 5%, and Nvidia down 8.5%, we asked the question as to whether that's it.
It's tempting. It's tempting to jump in here. Believe me, all weekend I was thinking about it, Scott, but I haven't jumped in this morning. And notwithstanding, we'll talk about Nvidia in a second, why it's up today. But no, I distinctly did not make the decision to dive in today. So I'm with Steph where it matters here, which is to say I think there's a little more to go. I do want to be clear that I don't think there's some trap door that's opening up under the technology. I'm not calling for some, further 10 or 15% decline. Tricky time in the markets. It just is a seasonal tricky
Price
time.
based on what, right? We just said we sort of
Okay,
blow right through that.
great question.
They're
And there's-
overpriced.
So the great question. Let's take Apple because you brought that up a second ago. 28 times forward earnings. The long-term earnings growth rate, FactSet, I looked at this Friday. Maybe it's changed today, but I doubt it. 9.9%. That's what the analysts predict. Long-term earnings per share growth rate on Apple is. So 28 times multiple, 9.9. That gives you a PEG ratio around 2.8. I'm not saying there's some trap door opening up under Apple. If I did, I would be selling the shares.
But you just declared the stock's overpriced.
Oh, God, Wapner, please.
Evidence to back that up. Now, somebody may disagree with that because, what's a good PEG ratio? To me, I'd love to see it below 2. Probably won't get that, Scott, in Apple. And I'm underweight Apple, but, at 180, it's roughly 10% off of its high. You give me another 5%, I think I've got to get activated. And Joe brought up something, at least what I think I heard you, Joe, about NVIDIA. Yeah, we got earnings next week. For somebody who doesn't own it, and I'm sure there are people listening right now who don't own it, the right thing to do is take a toehold beforehand. Now, I didn't do that this morning, which means, to Steph's point, I do think maybe there's a better opportunity this week. But I got to get a toehold in before the earnings start next week.
I mean, you can see the fact that, there's a cohort of investors somewhere which suggests, well, that pullback that I said, 8.5%, and a PE that's corrected to 46.5 versus the high of 62.5 is enough. and the stock's up 5.5%.
I could be wrong.
Ahead of the number.
I could be wrong. I mean, I'm being clear with you about what I think, but certainly I could be wrong. Let me be also clear, Scott. I'm not saying that you're going to get NVIDIA at a forward multiple of 25. That's not what I'm talking about at all. Today's move, I mean, there's a reason for it. I know you want to get to it. I'll let you get to it. But today's move, this is still a stock that is up 179% year to date. There's going to be some profit taking, and most likely in this portion of the calendar that is tricky. Second half of August until late September, it's tricky. There's likely to be profit taking.
It's the upgrade. Let's just do it now. I mean, we've referenced it a couple of times here. It's the upgrade of NVIDIA today. I think it was Morgan Stanley.
I believe it was.
That did it. Their commentary is as follows. We think the recent sell-off is a good entry point as despite supply constraints, we still expect a meaningful beat and raise quarter, and more importantly, and I think this is really interesting they suggest this, that they have strong visibility over the next 3 to 4 quarters. So put that into...
Well, first of all, I agree with that. And I think as we continue to move forward, you will get more and more visibility in terms of how generative AI is actually going to be continuing to affect revenue on a consistent basis. How you can look at NVIDIA and say to yourself from a modeling capacity that this is where I think the revenue contribution is going to be, because I think the range right now is so overtly wide and there's a tremendous amount of lack of clarity surrounding that. I think you have to be careful, though, with this valuation argument, because we're sitting here, we're talking about valuations for NVIDIA, and we're talking about valuations for a lot of mega cap names. And just as a company can remain undervalued for an extended period of time, you can look at financials, you can see them in single digit valuation range. The same could be said for these mega caps. So who is it that actually determines the length of time that a company is going to spend either undervalued or overvalued? And for the viewers of the show, I'm not necessarily sure if that's the right investment guide, because we could be talking 6 to 9 months from now about these mega cap companies still being overvalued.
Listen, it's a very fair point, and beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Your point is exquisitely well made. I will offer a counterpoint, and I think you might embrace this, that yields matter here, right? And you know where the 10-year is, and that's the proximate cause for last week's decline.
But it hit a high of the year today at 4.2.
Yeah, okay, true, but I mean, look, there's a theory in the market right now. I agree with it that this yield curve uninverts, not by the short end coming down, but the long end going up because of economic activity that's pretty strong. And if the long end continues to go up, it's probably going to put pressure on the multiple.
So you're telling me it's going to put pressure on the multiple of companies that don't need to go to the debt market?
I don't think that what I'm saying is controversial. It's very Joe. I mean, I haven't seen you this worked up. I don't think it's controversial. If the 10-year goes up, this multiple on these tech stocks are going to go down.
I'm Italian. I talk with my hands. So let answer my question, though.
I did, though.
No, you didn't. Mega cap companies.
You asked if I...
Let me finish.
Mega cap companies.
Mega cap companies.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Apple.
Yes.
Steph, I'm sorry. Apple. $97 billion free cash flow. Alphabet, Microsoft, $60 billion worth of cash. What do they care where interest rates are?
It's not about raising debt. It's not about the cost of capital. It's about earnings yield versus the 10-year. It's about the equity risk premium.
Competition for equities.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, it may not be the single most important factor to longer duration assets, but interest rates have mattered to those stocks.
As competition for equities, I 100% agree with Jimmy. He got there at the end of his commentary. That I agree with. And what has happened with Treasury yields in the last 2 weeks as a result of the Fitch downgrade and all the new issuance, yes. Unfortunately, for someone who is involved in the growth of assets and equities and bonds, you now have reintroduced the competition for equities that exists in rising.
I mean, we were talking, Steph, about rates going up because we get the highest rate of the year on the 10-year a little while ago, while Goldman Sachs is talking about rates going down, right? They're talking about the Fed's going to first start cutting rates in the second quarter of 2024. So we're already looking ahead. And by the way, Jackson Hole is next week. Now, I don't know what the expectations are to come out of that. Last year was, I think, fair to say in terms of where the expectations were going in. I don't know that it met the moment of that. Remember, Powell spoke for what was like 8 minutes and did a mic drop. That was it.
and then we had to decipher everything on our own.
I think it's too early to talk about rate cuts. I really do. I mean, we have no idea what this economy is going to do. We still haven't felt the impact from all of the rate hikes that they have done, that the Fed has done. And I think there is, we've talked about this at length, there is a lag impact for sure, right? So we don't know. And anybody that kind of tells you that second quarter or third quarter with that kind of precision, I have to discount that. I'm sorry, right? See, I'm looking at a core CPI at 4.7% year over year. I'm looking at rents actually going up in the report month over month, and that was not expected. And that's far cry from 2% in terms of what the Fed wants. And a core PCE at 4.4, that's a far cry from the 2% that the Fed
You still
wants.
think
So,
the risk is
I
on the
think
high side of them raising rates more than the market expects?
and it's one or two, maybe more. And even if they don't, I don't think that they're going to pivot. I just don't. It's
All right, we're fading more. VIX is pushing a bit higher.
It's very hard to go from, even if we get to 3% inflation, to 2% inflation. Right? You still have wages, you still have a job market that's really, really tight still. I mean, 1.6 jobs opening for one unemployed person, that's still a really high stat and really important. And if you look at Challenger Gray, and you can look at the
All right, SOXL.
payroll numbers, look at ADP, look at anything, and it still shows a very tight job market. And that's going to mean wages stay firm. Maybe they come down, but they're still going to be firm. Average hourly earnings last month were 4.4% year-over-year growth, which is great. But again, that's what the Fed is looking at. They're looking at wages and they're looking at rates.
Okay, Apple pulling back to VWAP.
These people that are saying they're going to pivot.
I hear you, but you know what else remains strong under the scenario in which you lay out? The consumer.
Yes.
Right? You get a big week in terms of earnings. Depot, Walmart, Target, et cetera. Savita Subramanian, by the way, she upgrades the consumer today, discretionary to overweight. Increasingly positive on cyclical since April. Here we raise consumer discretionary to overweight from underweight. We downgrade staples to underweight. And gives you 10 reasons why. We don't need to go through all 10, but Steph, you do own Home Depot, you do own Target, so you do have a dog in this fight.
I do have a lot of dogs. I'm overweight the consumer for everything I just said about jobs and wages and even consumer confidence, right? And so I think the consumer has remained resilient, and I think we will see good results. Not great. I think Home Depot with a -4 comp, if they do anything better than that, I think the stock will rally. But I'm not pleased with a -4 comp, but they have very difficult comparisons from year over year. As an industry leader, it's fairly moved year to date at 4%. It's very strong.
All right, market's fading.
Market share, it's blue chip on sale, and that's what you know I do. I do number one or number two in any given industry, and if it gets hit,
All the FANG stocks are still green. Green signals. They are fading a bit. Tick cumulative is trying to cross over. What is that on the 1 hour time frame? 30 minutes. Let's see, the 30 minutes crossing over. Bullish crossing over. 15 minute is green and rising. All right, we're still trading 3-to-1 down volume. Excuse me, 1.7 down volume, 1.3 on the NASDAQ, 1.7 down on the NYSE. So it's some modest selling. Not a lot of blocks trading today. We've got about 10 to 12 on each of the SPY, the Qs, and IWM.
And even if you're in it, they say, you know, obviously have a bit more muted expectations than you might have had previously.
Well, that's the one I have the lowest, not conviction, but expectations, right? Because of all the things I just said, they have a lot of problems that they have to fix. But I do like this management team. I think they can fix it. And I think not a lot has to go right for the stock to work. Target, TJX also reports this week. That's kind of the sleeper. By the way, it always trades crappy around the quarter too. But that one, if it does trade down, they're benefiting from all of this excess inventory. They're gaining market share, they have pricing power, and they have better upside to gross margins. I think, by the way, all three of these have upside to margins because freight costs have come down because supply chains are actually getting better. They're not perfect, but I think they can get better.
Jimmy, you got Depot too.
Yeah, so Home Depot, you know, you look at any period other than the last year, it's been a strong outperformer. I'm not going to lay a claim on this particular quarter. I have no reason to think it's going to be particularly good or bad. But I will state emphatically that I think its long-term track record is going to remain intact. You do see green shoots in the housing markets. Now, where this could fall flat on its face is if you get what you were talking about, Scott, higher interest rates. If the Fed continues to raise interest rates because inflation doesn't abate, mortgage rates at around 7%, somehow the housing market is finding its footing on this, and you're getting those green shoots which are taking hold. It's helping Home Depot. But if you keep going higher on mortgage rates, that's where this runs into a problem. Frankly, I do think inflation is going to come down, and the Fed, I don't know if they're going to cut. I have no idea. I have no idea. Let's see what inflation does.
They're obviously going to cut.
Sure.
All right, more selling.
I mean, I can't even parry with you on this. I have no idea when. Let's see what
SPY, more selling.
looks like. But as long as they don't keep raising, Home Depot should be in a good spot.
Well, new home sales are actually at the best levels since last March.
It has to be. Nobody wants to sell, right? But they're
very, very true. But that's one positive at least. And if you're not leaving your home, you're going to refresh your home, right? You're going to actually make home improvements. And so you can make a case that they can continue to do well and gain market share, especially on the pro side. And again, I go back to supply chain. That was a really big problem and a really big headwind for many of these companies.
Yeah, but unless you think that the great home improvement cycle that raged during the pandemic, when people were fixing up their homes and spending money that way, that has now turned.
No, I mean, they have tough comparisons. They benefited for sure. But we're still 5 million homes short in this country, and we have 5 million millennials that are just entering into the housing market. They're going to need to do something to these homes, and I think that that's a nice tailwind.
Joe, you don't own Depot?
What Stephanie just got finished saying was about millennials. Let me show you a chart that I look at from time to time. Some people just glaze over it. Let's see. Where are you?
Because it has the strongest.
Is it under? I forget where it is. I think it's in the S&P. S&P multiples. Multiple expansion. Here you go. Okay. So looking for multiple expansion. All right. So this is data. This is not my opinion. Okay. So back in the boomer days, okay, in the 80s, we've had these. What I'm looking at are the troughs and then the run up after the trough. Okay. We had a trough recently during the bear market. Now we have expansion, multiples moving higher. Can multiples continue to expand? Well, they did. They did in 2016. They did in 2020 into 2021. And this follows a pattern. Okay. The reason why this is important is because millennials, as Stephanie just got finished saying, millennials are in their prime earning years where they're going to start, not prime, but they're in the market, I should say. Many of them will get married, have kids like mine. They keep buying things. They buy new cars, they buy new homes, they move to another home. Yeah, interest rates are high, but trust me, I bought back in the 1980s when interest rates were 8%. I bought a condo. I didn't really think much about it because I was making enough money to cover it and still have a good time. Here we go here. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, here's the boomer years. We get these peaks and troughs. When we get to a peak, we're on wave 3 now. We haven't gotten there yet, but wave 3 with peak valuations, peak multiple expansion. Over here is the millennials. In the middle were the boomers. I'm on wave 9. Okay, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wave 9. Over here, boomers are buying lots of stuff. They're getting married. They're settling down. They're buying homes. Whatever they're doing, they're spending a lot of money, and multiples continue to expand. Okay, so that's an important chart. Okay, put a little hammer in there on the S&P. Little hammer.
Let's take that break. Straight ahead, our chart of the day. Shares of U.S. Steel surging today after rejecting a takeover offer from rival Cleveland Cliffs, which means Farmer Jim needs to weigh in on this because he owns Cleveland Cliffs. Not that you need me to tell you that. Why he thinks this deal will get done. Get his take after the break.
U.S. Steel still going. U.S. Steel, let's see. Big move. Let's look at the weekly time frame on U.S. Steel. Could see 31, maybe even 38. Depends on what Cleveland Cliff offers. So Jim Lebenthal seems to think that the deal will go through eventually. So does Cleveland Cliff management go back to the drawing table and come up with some better numbers? Maybe they buy it out at 35, 36, somewhere north of where it is right now. It certainly seems like shorts are convinced that they need to get out, cover their positions. We gapped up this morning on volume. S&P still drifting a bit lower.
Sarah.org. Chart of the day, it's U.S. Steel. We mentioned shares are surging today. The company rejecting a $7.3 billion takeover offer from Cleveland Cliffs. U.S. Steel says it's currently reviewing several other offers. There is U.S. Steel. Throw up Cliffs, because Cliffs is up too, near 9%. Jimmy, obviously coming to you. I know you spoke to Lourenco Gonçalves, CEO.
Lorenzo Gonçalves.
Gonçalves, pardon me.
Wow. He'll come at you, man.
No.
Wow.
I mean, welcome you. Seriously.
He'll come at
He's
you.
going full correcting on air.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Maybe flexing his muscles a little bit while I was gone?
A little bit. He tried to sit in your seat, but we wouldn't let him.
Thank you. Weiss and he were probably fighting for it. Yeah.
Look, this is potentially an amazing deal for the country. I mean, just start there. This would be to put the company in the top 10 global producers of steel. Obviously, everybody looks at this and they go, well, what are the regulators going to say? There's going to be tightness in the market, particularly for automotive. But the question is, how do you look at this geographically from a regulatory point of view? Because steel comes in from everywhere. And, this administration, we know they're pro-union and they're pro-green, right? And American steel production is the greenest production that you have. You don't want Chinese steel coming in, getting dumped from sooty blast furnaces when you can get relatively clean steel from electric arc furnaces that U.S. Steel and Cleveland Cliffs have. But the biggest thing and sort of the ace up the sleeve here is the letter that the company has from the USW, United Union of Steelworkers, at U.S. Steel supporting this deal and saying they won't support anyone else. So that's a necessary factor because the union at U.S. Steel can step in the way and preempt any deal that's on the table. They have said in a letter, it's in print, hey, we're behind this and we're behind nobody else. So if you're looking at it from a regulatory point of view, you got one of the most important unions in the nation saying, we want this. You've got a green outcome here, and you've got a national champion. As far as, pricing concerns and antitrust in the automotive market, I mean, let's bear in mind that it's not just steel, aluminum, other composites, plastics go into autos as well. And again, that geographical, you got to look at this globally because it's a global market, not just a national market. So I do think it will get done. It's not a layup.
Well,
I mean,
the CEO thinks it's going to get done, right? He said he was on CNBC at 11 and said the deal's going to close. We're going to buy. We're going to be able to finish the deal. They're going to have the support of the government. Let me ask you this. Oftentimes in M&A scenarios, you see a proposed acquirer, the stocks sell down, right? The target go way up. Why is Cleveland Cliffs going up to the degree it is today on this proposed deal?
It's a good question. It's a nice surprise. I think the market sees what Lorenzo is saying, which is that this deal is likely to get done. Nothing's a layup, but I think he's got strong support in the administration. They know what he's done, putting together Cleveland Cliffs from the original Cleveland Cliffs, plus ArcelorMittal, plus AK Steel. He knows what he's capable of building for the country and for the employees. I think this administration is going to get behind this, so I think that's why the market is behind it as well.
Next question. Why hasn't the market been behind Cliffs for the last period of months? The stock's been a disappointment, I think is a fair word at minimum.
Yeah. It's been frustrating. It's been very frustrating. I am a long-term shareholder, and just the numbers are, I've held this for about 5 years. It's up 10.6% per annum in that time frame. The S&P is up 11.3%.
I know, but what's been the issue?
This year,
what's been the issue?
To me, the issue has mainly been fears of a recession. Now, I thought that had gone away over the last 2 months, and especially after the last earnings report, Scott. I'm pretty surprised that it's traded off over the last month. Actually 2 weeks since the last earnings report. I think it's just continuing concerns of a recession.
Don't you think it's their auto exposure? I mean, look at the auto stocks.
And why would you worry about the auto exposure?
Just because that now it's easier to get autos. I know the demand has been there. I know auto sales have
You're going
been
to say
strong.
recession, but
No, I think Steph's point is that look at the auto stocks, even like GM, they haven't done anything. Right?
So this is a great point.
Disappointments
for
10 years, right?
But hang on. So the share price, in my opinion, is eventually going to follow what's going on.
U.S. Steel trying to push higher.
Stocks. And people are saying, well, auto sales are going to fall off anytime soon. That's actually not what matters here. What matters is that dealer inventories are still 50% of where they need to be. And the average age of cars on the road is still way too high. We need new cars, which means regardless of what sales do, these auto manufacturers are going to be producing autos for the foreseeable future.
But why isn't that reflected in the stock?
I can't answer your question, and I wish I could.
I really think it's autos. I really do. I think that's now. Look, I think that this deal is really interesting. I don't own it anymore. I made 40% in 2 months, and I took my profits. But I think this combination, if it doesn't have regulatory problems, this is going to be a powerhouse, a behemoth in the industry.
Let me say one other. I'm sorry.
40% hot rolled steel market share, 50% autos exposure. If you want auto exposure, but it's more than that. It's the synergies that we know that this CEO and team can actually create. So I'll have to see where it all shakes out. But I think it's down because of autos.
How do you get past from the regulatory standpoint that this becomes the primary auto supplier in the United States?
Because I thought I answered this, but let me say it again, because it's not just the United States that supplies steel to the U.S. automotive industry. There's other companies. I mean, the biggest steel producers in the world are Chinese, Korean, Japanese.
But the overwhelming majority comes from U.S. auto suppliers, correct?
Yes, but steel is fungible. You can get it from anywhere, Joe. You can. I will say, and Stephanie pointed on this, so this needs to be pointed out. You know, the synergies that they're looking at for this combination are $500 million of cost reductions a year. This is a company that has a track record of under promising and over delivering in that regard. They would be buying U.S. Steel at 50% of book value.
That's why I think there's
it's a good deal.
synergies. There are pretty big synergies to be had if they get this. So.
Bertha Coombs has the headlines for us. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Scott. 6 former Mississippi law officers pleaded guilty to all state charges for torturing and abusing 2 black men earlier this year. Court records show each individual reached a plea agreement that includes prison time ranging from 5 to 30 years. The men include 5 former Rankin County Sheriff's deputies and a police officer. All 6 recently admitted their guilt in a connected federal civil rights case. Maui officials and scientists are warning residents of toxic particles even after the flames are over. Hawaii state toxicologist said it could take weeks or months to clean up the pollutants. These health hazards could have lasting effects on air and drinking water, potentially impacting recovery and the island's tourism-driven economy. And the long-anticipated billionaire brawl appears to be off as Facebook
Who
co-founder
cares?
Zuckerberg dismisses Elon Musk.
Nobody cares about Zuckerberg and Elon Musk in a freaking cage match. Who gives a shizzle? Our market's taking off to the upside here. Okay, nice little bounce. Yeah, the financial meeting needs to move on too. Move along. Nothing to see.
you. Where's the boom? Straight ahead, big money, big tech, hedge funds disclosing their latest positions in the tech trade. We're following that money with Leslie Picker. We're doing it next.
All right. Hope everyone's having a good day. It's a nice start with NVIDIA and all the semiconductors taking off to the upside. Marvell, Micron, LRCX, CLAC, Texas Instruments. Oh. Still looks like a bear flag. Watch for a bear flag here on the S&P. Not done yet, it looks like. Looking for B and C pivots. All right, NVIDIA just cannot hold this thing back. Continues. Looks like it's going to pop again. I have no position now in NVIDIA. Looking for B and C pivots. Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon.
We are back on the halftime report. Greenlight Capital, David Einhorn's firm, out with a new investor letter. Our Leslie Picker following the money. She has it. And going to give us the details now.
Yeah, so
What do we do?
because I got this right in the commercial break.
All right.
So still reading through it, but just kind of some highlights I see after skimming here. Greenlight saying that late in the quarter, they added substantial portfolio protection through index hedges. They say that if they were bearish until March and neutral through June, would now characterize ourselves as worried. And they say that when the authorities bailed out bank depositors in March, they thought the implications were bullish for stocks and inflation, adjust the portfolio accordingly, but that bullishness played out immediately as the S&P consistently moved up and to the right subsequent to that event. And Greenlight goes on to say that the inflation bullishness has not yet materialized, and recent readings have shown noted deceleration, and the tailwind from higher rents is likely to dissipate, causing core inflation to fall further. And they believe that's stickier and more entrenched than the market is currently appraising. So kind of a contrarian view here. Notably, go on to talk about performance and say that those index hedges returned about 8.7%. Or I'm sorry, that was the material loser during the quarter.
All right, we got a higher low potentially printing here, not a bear flag. If it does take out these pivots at 44.80.
But kind of interesting perspective from overall returns for the second quarter was 14.5.
Amazon making a higher low right now.
That's about double what you saw with the S&P during that same time period.
Don't forget too, I mean, they're coming off a 2022, which was, I think, their best year ever.
Right.
They're like 36+% net of fees, largely because sort of fitting to his playbook in the last few years, they haven't been big holders of tech stocks.
Yep.
Right. So in 22, when tech had a big correction, Greenlight, they were big big winners.
Yep.
Now I'm just curious as to what we're learning just because of the big bounce back in tech.
Watching Bitcoin for potential. Still the early innings of the week. It's like the bottom of the first inning. We're still looking for a follow through. We had a home run in the first inning with NVIDIA and some of the semis. We're looking for what kind of defense the Bears put up for the second and third inning. What's he talking about? Baseball. We've got about 55% of sectors green, semiconductors, metals and mining. If you're not trading these sectors, you're probably going to have a little bit more difficulty. Semiconductors, metals and mining, technology, software services, tech, software and services, robotics, AI, communications. That's Netflix, Roku, even Disney. What's Disney doing? I haven't looked at Disney in a couple of days. Disney. Did we get a bounce in Disney? Disney. No. We need a bounce at the 50-day. Buyers are stepping up at the low of the day. So maybe Disney has a chance to take out 92.50, last week's high on Thursday. Watch for Disney to bounce. Other streamers and communications, Fox, Charter, watch for those to follow through. Those are pretty strong. You got healthcare, which was strong last week, along with the builders. They're bouncing. Pharmaceuticals are higher. Let's take a look at Merck. Merck. All right, Merck will look a lot better. So it needs to get above the 50-day. This is like the third shot at the 50-day. This is the third shot at the 50-day. If we can manage through the 50-day, notice the 50-day is starting to turn. Okay, you see that? The green line is starting to turn. Okay, so if that happens, we see more volume. MACD's turn, stochastics turning from oversold. This is the setup that I love to see. This is the setup I like to see. Stochastics below 20 and turning. Last time over here that it turned back in late May. What happened? It took a few steps forward and then a couple of steps back, but eventually moved from about 108 up to 115 for a nice 7-point move. And then we had an oversold condition here. Second week of July, it ran up to the 50-day, got rejected, pulled back, basing. So it's a matter of confirming at this point. If it gets above 110, 111 today, tomorrow, this week, then we have a shot to take out 110, the pivot, and then 115 would be next. So, about 5 or 6 points. MACD, stochastics turning, RSI is rising. So that looks good. So what about the other other pharmaceuticals? Nope. AstraZeneca. Yep. AbbVie. Grinding higher. Amgen. Flagging. Let's see. What was the other one recently? GlaxoSmithKline. GlaxoSmithKline pulled back, and the other one was EON. No, what's that other? The one last week that NOV. Oh, that's National Oil Varco. What was the name of that stock last week? It was big. NVO. Thank you, Frano. NVO. See, I knew one of you would know it. NVO, Novo Nordisk. Okay, that's still fading a little bit. All right, so IHE, the pharmaceutical ETF, we get a little fade, a little shooting star for now, but it is still up at the highs, so that looks good. XLV, healthcare, following through this week. It needs to get above 137. RSI is saying that this is a strong trend. Notice it's pushing higher, so is RSI. RSI is not turned down like it was a couple of weeks ago. So this has potential to follow through. Volume, MACD, stochastics turning. If you can find this setup, stochastics, MACD, matter of fact, you can find this setup if you just go to your scanner, okay? In this case, I'm going to scan for stochastic, what's called stochastic pop. I'm going to run the scan. And what I'm looking for are stocks. Here's a pharmaceutical right there. Acadia Pharmaceuticals. Okay. Look at how beautiful that stock looks. All right. So this finds stochastics oversold. Do you follow? Okay. So here's the scan. Stochastic pop. Okay. There's the criteria right here. It's pretty simple criteria. You're looking for volume above 40,000. I really like this to be 400,000. Let me change that to 400,000. Greater than 400,000. Slow stochastics K is moving above 20. You see that right there, moving above 20, that third line, fourth line. Let's see. No, I canceled that out. The double slashes means I canceled out. So I'm looking for a cross above 25. Okay, today's slow stochastic 5-1 crossed above 25. It has a stock charts technical rank of 50 or greater, and it trades in the US, and it's a stock. Okay, so that's the scan. All right, so you run the scan with the updated volume, and here's what you get. Okay, so healthcare providers. Let's see, Alcon, ALCON. Not interested. I'll come back to that in a minute. Let's just sort these by biotechs, ACAD, Legend Biotech. Nope. We'll pass on that one. So Acadia Pharma looks pretty good. Okay, here's Acadia Pharma. Okay, this one looks really good. This looks like it could get back to 33. I might buy some options on this one so I can limit my ACAD. Let's see what the, okay, it's $1. So it's up 50 cents. So it could see some more upside. Acadia Pharmaceuticals. Okay, let me go ahead and buy something like January. They're 520. All right, so let me see what December looks like. Oh, that was a year. That was a 2025. So, okay, that makes more sense. Not very much in the open interest department. Open interest at the 25 strike is pretty heavy. So somebody is trading this one as a swing. 3,291 contracts. Let's see what December looks like. What I'm looking for is open interest. It's not a lot of open interest in this one. Okay, so I'll come back and look at this one. Okay, so Acadia Pharma, that one looks pretty good. So you're looking for stochastics oversold. That's what the scan finds. Okay. Okay, so Acadia, ACAD, Acadia Pharma. Nice push higher. Look for a little dip to buy. Stochastics RSI is oversold. Looking for that to turn. S&P is pushing back up to the highs. S&P. Let's keep an eye on the S&P. Most stocks will go with the S&P. You're on a buy signal. All right, we're looking for a move above 4,500 this week. Today, tomorrow would be good. Remember that volume oscillator. Remember the McClellan volume oscillator. If we get that to turn, that would be good for the markets. S&P, nice. 44.78, we're through that level. That's a level of resistance. Let's see what else is on here. U.S. Steel, pushing higher, U.S. Steel. NVIDIA, looks like it's starting to round, the top is rounding out. One more breakout? Sure, why not? Go for another breakout. 432 seems to be a level of resistance. Get up to that level and you're still in it. I would be taking some profits off the table. NVIDIA, that's a great run. Thank you for the 0-day GEX, Corey. SPY, okay, that looks good. $447. We get above 447. This could run on the SPY. 0-GEX, 0-day GEX, 447. Okay, earnings. Don't forget about the earnings just being posted for the rest of the week. Thank you, Stephen. EPS. Teamwork in the trading room, always appreciated for both me and all of your fellow members. All right, so tonight we've got Suncor Energy, we've got Navitas, Rumble, Getty Images. Okay, tomorrow Home Depot. Kava reports tomorrow. Kava. I might want to take some profits off on Kava. Okay, Target with earnings on Wednesday. Everyone knows about that. TJ Maxx as well. I put in a sell order to sell some covered calls on Kava. I might take some puts too. I have shares. I might take some out of the money puts. Just one strike out of the money on Kava for protection. They're pretty cheap for Friday. I would imagine Kava is going to show pretty decent earnings. So if I sell the 50 calls, most likely we're going to get above 50. After earnings, I'll wait till implied volatility gets crushed, and then I'll roll those calls up. If we get a big move on Kava, I'll sell the, what I'm going to sell? I'm going to sell the October 50 call, October 50 for 450 or better. That'll give me $4.50 downside protection. If it pops back up to those 56 levels, I'll look for IV to collapse a day or two after, and then I'll roll my calls up. Maybe I'll do it the same day. Who the hell knows if the IV is high enough. Looking for a credit. Okay, so we're trying to get back up to the highs of the day. We had a pretty decent day to start off. First 35 minutes on NVIDIA, that was over 100% on the calls. Netflix is bouncing. Amazon's starting to bounce a bit. It's below VWAP. Microsoft bouncing above VWAP. Same with Apple and Google. So it's just a matter of time. NVIDIA, man, this thing looks like it just doesn't want to stop. NVIDIA, it's been consolidating.
Hey, reminder, big interview tonight on Last Call 7 p.m. Brian Sullivan sitting down today exclusively with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Looking forward to that again, 7 p.m. Last Call. That is tonight. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be final trades next.
Okay, lower high. Bank stocks are still holding in there. Okay.
Keep it simple here. All right, first. Gonna keep it simple here, Scotty. ExxonMobil. Energy's had a bid to it the last month and a half. We'll pause today as crude oil comes down. I think it's a great opportunity to get into ExxonMobil. 12 times earnings, 3.3% dividend yield. Oh, I thought you were going to say Cleveland Cliffs. Felt like almost 10%. Felt like I expended a lot of time on Cleveland Cliffs. You did. Great advocate for it. That's for sure. Self-awareness is important. You did. Appreciate that. Stephanie Lane.
So McDonald's, I don't own it yet, but I'm waiting for any kind of pullback to buy it. They had a great quarter. They beat by 39 cents. Their U.S. same-store sales grew 10.3%. International grew 11.9%. International developed at 14%. 90% of China's business is digital now, which is sort of interesting. And they have been doing a lot of technology.
All right, looking for a higher high.
And all kinds of things. So this is one on my radar screen.
They're kind of disappointing, right?
Yeah.
It hasn't done all that much.
It's expensive. It's 25 times. That's the problem. So I just wanted to pull back, had a bad couple of days, and it's really a sleeper, I think, for the next 3 to 5 years based on their technology innovation.
All right. NTD, we'll keep watching that. And from the financial sector, Visa. You could also own MasterCard, with both of these names performing incredibly well. New management at Visa. Look how they expanded to the services business. That's going to grow revenue significantly. PayPal, by the way, we didn't talk about that. Finally, new CEO. New CEO. A lot of work to do. All right. Good stuff. Good being back with all of you. Welcome back. And of course, you as well. And I'll see you on Closing Bell 3 o'clock. Thank
you very much, Scott, and welcome back. And welcome to the exchange as we move into a new week of trading. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead this hour. China faltering. What does it mean for global growth and financial stability as fresh concerns emerge over China's property sector and its shadow banks? One thing is for certain, the U.S. dollar is up 4% in just the past month. Is that safe haven trade back? And if so, why aren't long bonds acting like it? We'll debate the best places globally to find value. Plus, what could turn China's economy around and
All right, looking for a push higher. The usual suspects. Apple trying to make a higher high. Bouncing off a VWAP. NVIDIA looks like it's just going to keep going. Let me take another look at NVIDIA. Let's see. The highs were what? The highs were what, 481? So we got 50 points to go. Very curious. Another 50 points? Maybe.
We have seen an acceleration in the technology trade. I'll get a little bit more behind what's kind of driving that sentiment a little bit in just a couple minutes here. But the Dow Industrials are just about flat on the session. I mean, 1 point on a 35,023 base. That's pretty much unchanged. 4482 rather. The S&P 500 is up 18 points, about 0.5%. 18 points up at the highs of the day. We were up roughly 22 points there. Down 11 at the lows of the session, so tilting more towards the higher end of that range so far today. The NASDAQ composite is the outperformer, up about 0.75%. The composite index, that's 96 points to the upside, 13,741. And like I said, I'll tell you one of the reasons why that's kind of outperforming so far today. Thematically speaking, it's a big week for retail earnings, a big couple of weeks if you want to look at it this way. But a bulk of these names are from the mega cap side of things will report this week, including Home Depot, Target, Walmart, TJX companies, and Estee Lauder. That will give you a kind of interesting spectrum over just about every part of the retail spending landscape. Home Depot, Target, Walmart, right now, just about 0.5 to 1% declines there for those three. TJX and Estee Lauder, again, mixed so far today, but keep an eye on those catalysts for retail. It'll be a big week for them. And then one of the reasons for the outperformance is because of the single best performing stock in the entire S&P 500 so far this year by a wide margin. Viewers and listeners on SiriusXM channel 112 know that it's NVIDIA. The shares are up 195% so far this year. Earlier this morning, we were much weaker, but we're up towards session highs right now of 6%. It reports earnings next week, and then this morning, we got analysts saying at Morgan Stanley that this is their top pick going into that earnings-driven catalyst. They think that the pullback that we saw, which, by the way, was only about 15% before the 5% gain,
makes it an attractive entry point. Kelly, this is interesting. The momentum is obviously on NVIDIA's side, but it currently now trades at 47 times forward earnings. There's a big debate about whether that catalyst is going to be the one that people want to buy on.
It's probably bad that my reaction is, hey, that's not that high, 47 times.
As Josh Brown pointed out to me on the halftime report last week, it's been overvalued for a while, and people still.
Yeah, and undoing about a third of that decline we've seen already in just today's move. Dom, thanks you very much. Well, the U.S. dollar could be.
All right, let's take a look at the dollar. Dollar is flat at the moment. At the lows at 102.97. Thank you, Corey. 102.97. 10 years at 4.15. And VIX looks like it's about to drop out of the bottom here.
There's enormous bad debts out there. There's a lot of health providers, an enormous amount of liquidity, and the speculation and the reverberation of that speculation to China's broader investor market capital flight. It's significant. Other times when we've seen the property markets and either bad debts or the inability to and so I'm not going to tell you that we should be sanguine about the risks. I will say that China is going to, and is certainly cognizant of the risk, the broader risk of the economy.
No, I have to say that actually came back in the headlines. I felt like, is it 2018? Didn't we kind of? Yeah. I guess the answer is it didn't go anywhere, and this is what kind of zombification can look like. One weird quirk, and you know vastly more about this, maybe you can explain, is I notice as the dollar's rallying, our long bonds are selling off. So normally I think to myself, okay, global investors want, U.S. assets. Well, that's basically treasury. So you think everything would kind of, the yields would be kind of headed down all across the board. I guess this tells us that even in trying to get their hands on dollars or dollar assets, they're, kind of erring towards the short end and not the long end.
All right, looking for a higher high. NVIDIA is still going. NVIDIA. So you heard the report on NVIDIA. I like his poster in the background. Ramones at the Palladium in New York. That's a pretty cool poster. Wow, that's nice.
Some of this is Japan, some of this is the Treasury refunding announcement, some of this is central bank differentials, what we've learned over the last couple of weeks out of Europe and maybe even out of Japan, if those central banks aren't aggressive. So I think there's reasons why the dollar.
All right, the dollar's starting to turn off the low. So is the 10-year. VIX is dropping to the low of the day. So we got mixed signals right now. Okay, let's go check something real quick. Let me see what the stocks on the watch list look like. NVIDIA making new highs here. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA is running.
In June of 21, the dollar actually in May of 21 was kind of at a cycle low. And then this was really the beginning of the Fed hiking cycle. And I would make an argument.
NVIDIA continuation.
Price drivers are from central bank differentials. There was a long time, at least during that period, when we knew.
Wow. I'm impressed with NVIDIA.
We didn't really hear from the Fed until October. The currency markets, I think, sniffed this out back in May. But it was June of 21 when it actually rallied through the 200-day to the upside. And that was an augur of a very significant dollar run. I'll make an argument we've been in a dollar bull market for 15 years. We've certainly been in one for 12. It doesn't end overnight, but I would still be on the side of
dollar weakness over the next year and a half rather than dollar strength.
And we were just showing that 200-day. I did see that sharp upward move. It'd be interesting if we repeated. Or strength obviously is a headwind for forward earnings, but it does defy the dollar collapse predictions that we've been hearing about time and again, especially after COVID. So, interest rate differentials. Last time around, the Fed was about to start tightening or kind of lead the pack in kind of talking that way, and I guess they're doing that if I'm hearing you correctly. So, what does that imply the market thinks now? Because we're talking about Goldman and rate cuts next year and that kind of thing.
So interest rate differentials, I think, are going to continue to favor U.S. investment. And having said that, I think a lot of the moves we've seen in the Treasury market, especially in the longer end over the last 2 weeks, about the refunding schedule. And I don't think they're necessarily panicking around that dynamic, but I do think there are technical elements of why U.S. long-term rates are moving higher, even though the projection is that we could see Fed funds in by 65 bps between out and a year. The dynamics in Japan are significant. Central bank buying.
Okay, I'm going to skip off of NVIDIA for 1 second. Builders First Source, some of you are still in this. Builders, I don't have a position. Stochastics turning up, higher highs, higher lows, trending along the 920 50-day. Builders First Source looks very strong. Caterpillar fading into the last 4 days, fading into the 9 EMA. Stochastics turned up. Costco trending higher. Stochastics turning up. DraftKings bouncing at the 50-day. Stochastics ready to turn. Okay, let me get back to the markets here because we're starting to move. S&P. Spiders, S&P 500. Okay, moving higher. NVIDIA making new highs. NVIDIA is running here. Wow, NVIDIA is kicking ass.
If China is in a distressed situation, which I'm not sure that's where we are, EM currencies are going to sell off. We've seen this time and time again. Japan in the region also tends to be a beneficiary when you see this kind of weakness in the Chinese currency.
Wow, up 25.50, 25.80. NVIDIA is just really ripping it here. Consolidated from about 11.40 into 12.40, about an hour, and Bollinger Band started to open up. Volume starts to come in. All right, so got some serious issues for the shorts. NVIDIA still going. Yeah, Bitcoin.
Let me unpack the first part of this, which is why, I mean, it seems obvious, whatever the next innovation is drives productivity. Just connect the dots for us a little bit about why AI is so important to China.
I think over the last 30 years, by the way, we're taking a very long view.
Yeah, Scott, Bitcoin needs to take out last week's pivot high at 30,300 or so. If we can get that to take that out, then that would be a technical breakout. Look for a follow through. NVIDIA looks good. All right, it's 1 o'clock on the East Coast. 1 o'clock.
Against American interests, and that's certainly why there's been a crackdown on
most advanced chips. How do we unlock good productivity gains that, can benefit, I guess, the entire global economy and not give away something too precious or valuable?
I think, again, this is geopolitics, so beyond my domain expertise. I think U.S. administration has been doing is to slow China down, right? So they ban the sales of the most advanced NVIDIA chips, A100, A100, to China, but Chinese companies can still get their hands on the second best chips, which is A800 and H800. It will slow China down, but we don't think it's going to stop them from making adequate advance. And we have seen technology development over the years in history. Technology is very global, and all entrepreneurs.
Okay, it looks like the S&P wants to go some more. Is it the S&P itself or is it the individual stocks? The FANG stocks look pretty strong today. So coming into this week, I fully anticipated that we could see more downside. Instead, we're getting buying across the board, most of the FANG stocks. Apple trying to take out the high of the day. I'll sell some more covered calls at the top of the range that we're putting in on Apple. It's a range bound action. If you look at the 60-minute or the daily, what are we, 5 days now after earnings? Apple. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Today is day 7 on Apple. Apple.
Will soon be finalized later this week, in fact, and we think that the commercialization approval will come shortly after that. So in our view, is Alibaba and Baidu are the clear leader right now. Of course, it's way too early to really declare the ultimate winners yet.
But those stocks are certainly up this year, and that might certainly explain why. John, thanks so much for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
John Shao from Barclays. Meanwhile, rising oil prices are pushing pump prices here higher, and if WTI crude rises this week, it'll make 8 straight weeks of gains. Crude prices are up nearly 22% over just the past 2 months as global demand continues to hit record levels, including China, despite its larger struggles. My next guest is not an energy analyst, and even he thinks this is the key trade for the third quarter, and that prices will keep going higher. Let's bring in Ari Wald, Managing Director and Head of Technical Analysis at Oppenheimer. I always want to point that out, Ari, welcome. Because if you talk to an energy builder, and so it's cool, but from a totally different perspective, why does energy jump out to you here?
Okay, so Carvana pushing a bit higher.
Market as it stands, lots debate about this unwind in the technology sector. It's paused after a terrific run. I think
CVX.
Back, but right now the key trade has been the breakout in the energy sector. It's just finding what have been the laggards of the move to the upside, energy rather range bound.
US Steel going some more.
Now just starting to break higher to the upside, both in absolute and relative terms, and I think there's some runway there.
Exxon, Chevron, those still look like they're your top ideas. What's going on with those stocks?
Well, I mean, those are low volatility.
All right, S&P looks like it wants to go. It's not giving it up. Bears try to push this lower, didn't happen.
you're kind of calling for a mini breakout within a range, that sort of thing, or do you think this could really?
Okay, NVIDIA just NVIDIA is just a behemoth today. Beast mode.
Components that could work for the long term as well here. If we're thinking about a structural shift, let's find the stocks that are driving that structural shift.
And I know some of the names that you like because they've cleared their 2014 and 2018 peaks, which not everybody has. Conoco, Hess, Marathon, is that the ones you're referring to?
Those are the ones through some combination.
All right, so we just got a little bit of profit taking on US Steel. NVIDIA is still pushing higher.
Meaningful strength for the long term. They've reset with the sector year to date, and now as they're turning higher, moving above their 200-day average, the setup is there for those long-term, multi-year breakouts are just starting to get going again.
Did you kind of run this for the XLE more broadly, or are you more interested in finding the ones that have the most beta, so to speak, instead of just buying the broad index?
It's looking at the XLE. You could see a sub-industry theme. It's a lot more on the E&P side. Some of the service names, they're more the beta trades that could work for a short time, but if they pull back,
Looking for a follow through.
Still have a long-term trend of lower highs that could start getting going again.
All right, I'm just going to throw it to you.
SMCI continues to push.
Overall market range bound. Barry Bannister has been saying.
SMCI continues to trend higher. NVIDIA is just going ballistic here. NVIDIA. Beast mode on NVIDIA. Very nice. NVIDIA continuation. VIX dropping off more. S&P looks like it wants to take out the high. Sorry about that. NVIDIA.
September 1 is just a few weeks away when we'll know which 10 drugs will face Medicare price negotiations for the first
NVIDIA continuation. Wow, this is pretty impressive trading day for NVIDIA. Amazon turning back above VWAP. Tight squeeze, turning higher.
So the first is going to be Medicare Part D drugs. These are drugs that are purchased at your typical pharmacy and are taken at home. So it's a very broad, wide list that we're going to see, and what the government is trying to figure out now is how they can truncate that list into, call it the top 10. Those are going to be the most impacted over the near term. And I think as we move forward here, they're planning on adding an incremental 10 to 20 drugs per year. So it's really a conversation we're going to be having in perpetuity, or at least for the next few years into the end of the decade.
Okay, we got back up to the highs. Now we're getting rejected. Above 44.75. It looks like we're put dominated on the 0-day GEX. S&P 500, 44.75, 44.80. Pretty significant level there. And we're above that level right now. Next level is 44.90. Okay, NVIDIA looking good. Continuation.
Well, Bristol has a lot of exposure over the near term. They have a blood thinner, Eliquis. They've got Revlimid, which they acquired as part of the Celgene deal. So there's a lot of drugs that they have over the next couple of years that are going to probably impact it. And then for Part B, they've got Opdivo, obviously the big cancer treatment. So Bristol may be one of the bigger kind of targets as we look at the drug companies on an individual basis over the next few years. And clearly their multiple has been impacted the most, arguably, as they're trading, less than half the S&P multiple here. So I think investors are obviously very keyed in on how Bristol kind of navigates the next few years as they deal with several products that are going to be under scrutiny.
And, so many big picture questions I want to ask. How much could this affect the prices consumers are paying? Is this negotiations, or are these price controls? Depending on whether you ask the industry or the administration, you get two very different answers, and maybe court lawsuits could turn this around. But I also want to make sure we talk about what you think could happen more near term, which is the potential for...
Okay, we got a double top, triple top on the S&P for now, right along this area. Don't seem to be able to make it through. Maybe take some profits off. NVIDIA is starting to fade again. Stellar day for NVIDIA.
Fairly sizable transactions, both north of 10 billion, one in 2021, one earlier this year. So we're starting to see a flurry kind of come in. There have been some small transactions announced recently. Eli Lilly, as you mentioned, has been one. Novartis has been another one. So we're seeing the industry kind of proactively manage around the drug pricing risk. A lot of that is either finding commercial assets that are going to offset the pressure right away or as soon as possible, and others that are maybe less impacted or less under the gun. I would argue Lilly would be one of them, are looking at pipeline assets that they don't need right away but surely help the longer term story.
Lilly just this morning, of course, completing the acquisition of Sigilon Therapeutics. I'm saying that correctly. So then biotech, which has been struggling, broadly speaking, does it get a fill up here? I mean, is this a traditional kind of pharma to biotech acquisition story, or is it a little more nuanced than that?
I think so. I mean, the FTC has been, very rigorous around their process for allowing large-scale deals to go through, and that's why you really haven't seen the pharma merger of equals that we're, maybe used to seeing that, a couple decades prior. We still have Pfizer, Seagen that has not closed. Amgen Horizon is the second biggest deal. That has not closed either. So we're probably looking at smaller biotech transactions. Unfortunately, the sector broadly has not really responded all that well to a lot of M&A activity. Investors just haven't been able to draft off of the single stocks or the one-offs and play the entire sector, which is, very frustrating.
And maybe perhaps the specter, because of the specter of negotiations hangs over the whole space for potentially some years to come. Jared, thanks for now. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Kelly.
Jared Holtz from Mizuho today. Still ahead, it was once the biggest IPO in American history. It was also the first company to hit $1 billion in size. More than a century later, it's now a takeover target worth only a few handles more than that. If you think you know it, tweet me at KellyCNBC, and we'll tell you next on The Exchange.
Alrighty. All right, lunchtime.
Welcome back. Let's get you a show and tell where we show you the chart and tell the story. And today it's all about U.S. Steel. That was the mystery chart we showed before the break. Shares spiking 33% after the company rejected a $7.3 billion offer from rival Cleveland Cliffs. Cleveland Cliffs CEO Lorenzo Gonzalez was this week. He's still
All right, pushing a bit higher, higher highs, higher lows. Looks like Nvidia is not going to stop today. This is crazy strong, this stock today. Got an upgrade and some bullish comments from tier one firms reporting next week.
But here's what Gonzalez said about his confidence in their execution and whether this management team can really boost the stock. Take a listen.
We acquired two companies, and instead of shrinking the workforce, we increased the size of the workforce by 1,700. 2 billion in 2019 to 23 billion in 2022. Pro forma will be 44 billion. We are happy with the size. I don't think we are going to be done at number 10, but being number 10 in the world is a good start for the United States of America.
That said, meanwhile, rival Nucor, which pioneered the mini mills that undermined these former steel industry behemoths, has seen its shares, here it is, rise 31% this year. It's a $43 billion market cap, more than 5 times the size of Cleveland Cliffs. If you take out today's deal, both U.S. Corp and Cleveland Cliffs shares were lower this year.
Okay, so we're pulling back a bit.
It's now being regarded as the deadliest U.S. fire in over a century. We will speak with one founder mission to change the way we prevent and battle the fatal flame.
Most of the FANG stocks are on green signals. Tick cumulative is rising. We're right back down to the 105. Big range today. Big range. Okay, you can see that on the S&P. Okay, VWAP is starting to flatten out. If it does flatten out and doesn't continue this ramp up and to the right, then look for price to just stay in this little range that we've been in right here between 44.75 and 44.82. Coming back down into the middle of this range since 11 o'clock. About 10:50, we hit a high, and we've hit that 3 times now. NVIDIA probably takes some profits off the table. Makes sense. Cleveland Cliffs, high of the day. Cleveland Cliff. U.S. Steel. SMCI has been on a nice trend today. SMCI. Supermicro. ACAD Pharmaceuticals. Continuation. Acadia Pharmaceuticals. Continuation. It's at the highs of the day. Looked pretty good on the daily. Acadia, mentioned that one. I'm going to add that to the watch list. Let's see. ACAD. This one had a nice setup to it. Acadia Pharmaceuticals, just noted a while ago, about an hour ago, this bounce at the 50-day, ran a scan that looks for stochastics oversold, stochastics turning higher from oversold. And MACD's turning now. Very sharp turn in MACD. Volume picking up. Looks like a nice bounce here at the 50-day. Probably follows through, maybe 4 or 5 points on this one. 10, 20% on the shares, if we can get this to follow through. Looks like it's going to. It's in a group that's doing fairly well today. Healthcare and pharmaceuticals. IHE, the pharmaceuticals. Amazon.
The director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency shared with MSNBC what the agency is doing to help Maui after the devastating wildfires out there. The agency has been moving commodities like food, water, protective masks, and shelter supplies into the island. More than 250 staffers also on the ground there, with around 50 helping survivors in shelters registered for aid after losing their homes. Economic damages from the Maui wildfire expected to hit at least $8 to $10 billion. The damage estimate close to all of the tourism spending that was collected statewide in the first 6 months of this year. AccuWeather's estimate looks at the staggering loss of life and property on the Hawaiian island that depends the most on tourism. 75% of Maui's GDP in 2021 came from tourism. Kelly, back to you.
Tyler, thank you. And we'll see you soon. Tyler Matheson. Hawaii officials were warned about wildfire risk in Maui nearly a decade ago, but failed to heed all the preventative recommendations, according to the Wall Street Journal. My next guest says, we've been fighting wildfires the same way for decades. It's not working, and we need to reinvent how we detect and battle these increasingly deadly blazes. His foundation is offering $11 million to help make that happen. Let's bring in XPRIZE founder Peter Diamandis. Welcome back, Peter. It's good to see you.
Kelly, good afternoon. Good to see you as well. Good to be here.
I have to imagine this tragedy will shine a light. Your registration is open until October 31. You have 124 teams already, 33 countries. Does any of the entrants that you've seen so far offer the kind of solutions that could prevent something like the Hawaii wildfire from happening in the future?
I think so. The beautiful thing about, so at the X Prize Foundation, what we do is we put up a very large cash purse.
U.S. Steel pulled back a little bit.
It should be much larger given.
NVIDIA looks like it wants to go again. It looks like it wants to go again. Look at this crazy stock. Wow, that's great. NVIDIA.
As long as you can do it safely, can you detect the wildfire at the moment of ignition? Right? When's the best time to put it out? Not when it's a conflagration, but at the initial spark, whether it's a lightning strike or whether it's terrorism, whatever it might be. Can you detect it autonomously and put it out autonomously within 10 minutes? That's the goal. And we have lots of different approaches here. The beautiful thing is we get hundreds of different ideas. They're all being tested. And the one that works the best is the one that gets the cash. And we all get the benefits of that.
Wow. You almost think the insurance industry itself should fund some of this. I look at your founders, PG&E, obviously utility, Betty and Gordon Moore, Hilton Foundation, Minders, and Lockheed, a lot of nonprofits. Let me just ask you this. So we spoke with an expert, Patrick Brown, from the Breakthrough Institute last week. He said something that really caught my attention because I hadn't heard it before, and it actually goes to the heart of what you guys are trying to do. He said one of the reasons wildfires have become deadlier is that we're not letting them burn as long as we used to over the past 20 years. So there's more vegetation and kind of what you would call tinder that makes these fires spread quickly and spread further. Now, maybe it depends on the area, the situation, what have you, but that was the first time I've heard that maybe we're putting them out too quickly.
So you have to realize that this X Prize is not a solution for everything. Forest management is fundamental. How you light the proper fires, but destructive wildfires that are in the middle of a community should not be there. And one of the challenges is if you live in an area that's had a wildfire, you can't get insurance anymore. What I hope will happen from this X Prize petition is that so imagine if you
Amazon back above VWAP.
to come and give your resort or your vineyard coverage, right? Where because you have this
Amazon looks like it might get going here. Watch Amazon.
There's one more topic I want to ask you about, but just finally on this. Oh, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, listen, one of the goals here is, like you said, if you're a team, if you're an entrepreneur out there that has an idea, go to xprize.org and register as a team. If you want to end this, we're opening up the first prize we've opened up where the public contribute to the prize purse. So if you're sick and tired of this, and I know here in California, myself and family members are, go to xprize.org/wildfire and contribute $10 or $100 to the prize purse. It goes always to the teams. So if you want to incentivize this being solved, we can do
NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going. Amazon turning the corner now.
Compared to 8 to 10 billion in Maui, it's a drop in the bucket.
I mean, obviously, we'd love to see once you have the entrance and go through it all, we'd love to see what some of these solutions are. And we will talk more about this, by the way, in just a moment. But while you're here, Peter, there was one other major news event last week that I really wanted to ask you about because.
All right, this has nothing to do with. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be insensitive to the wildfires. It's pretty devastating, but they're talking about stuff that has nothing to do with financials. So, got to get back to what we were doing. Finance. All right, I'm going to make some lunch, folks. I'll be right back.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, empowering investors every single market day. Tune in to the TD Ameritrade Network.
Schwab Network's like no other financial media you watch because it's all markets, all the time. It's 100% finance. We look at everything as traders and investors. Everything we say, everything we do is through that lens. There's no ulterior motive, and there's no subjectivity. There's no random guesswork about what we think. We are following the numbers all the time relentlessly. We have the best CEO interviews, hands down. They're longer, more thorough, and tailored specifically to our audience. We never take our eye off the ball, which means we're always ahead of our peers.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time for a look at a mover today that is making a nice move to the upside. That is all things Monster Energy here. And here to tell us more on this name, I'd like to welcome in Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. So Kevin, frankly, I don't need HSBC to tell me that this name is a front runner in the global energy drink market because of how much I personally am buying Monster, and it's not getting any cheaper. I feel like I just keep racking up the price. It still seems economical to order in bulk, but it's getting more expensive, no doubt. This name, though, has been on a nice tear actually this month. It's up 3%, but it feels like relative to all of the rest of the names we've covered today that are lower this month, Monster's been faring quite okay.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously this space, when it comes to energy drinks, has seen a lot of competition over the last decade. And Monster has continued to try to be somewhat of a front runner within this space, especially with competition from Red Bull. But we are seeing HSBC actually initiating coverage on Monster beverage with a buy rating and with a price target of $72. That would imply around a 23.8% move to the upside in the next year. Now, they also anticipate strong performance when it comes to the 5-year EBITDA compound annual growth rate at around 17%. And they also believe that Monster will be able to bring back its margins to pre-pandemic levels by 2024. The key here, and this is what HSBC is really hanging their hat on, is the company's ability to try to attract female consumers. They're really gearing towards that, trying to offer new drinks that might be able to tap into that market and trying to grow the brand. And that's where they believe that they are going to be able to overtake Red Bull when it comes to the energy drink market. Now, Monster has actually acquired two rather notable brands, Rainstorm as well as Bang Energy, and that's going to be a part of their strategy on trying to expand not only here in North America, but also internationally. They do believe that they're going to be able to grow within Latin America, Europe, and the Middle East, as well as Africa. So overall, it just seems like this is going to be an expansion story, according to HSBC, not only improving the margins of the business, but also improving market share by offering new products to be able to target specific markets that may not be as tapped, if you will, compared to what Red Bull is offering.
I think Red Bull's not the only name, Kevin, that they should be worried about. I mean, we got Celsius with them, squarely in the crosshairs as well. Really a company that seems to have expanded the addressable market quite a bit in terms of kind of reframing this conversation. I know that Monster's, far more mature than the company that was, just sponsoring motocross drivers and X Games athletes, but Celsius has really kind of reframed the conversation as something about fitness and something that I think a little bit that casts a little bit wider net is this is just truly another alternative way to consume caffeine or something in the morning to get your day started. I say it every time. I think I'm contractually obligated with my last name being coffee to be a coffee drinker here, Kevin, but I respect this space, and you can't do anything but respect Monster's performance. This has been a powerhouse of the stock throughout the years, continues to be just that. But is this not, and you can agree or disagree, feel free, I guess the ultimate question is this not just a situation where the rising tide is lifting all of these boats, be it Red Bull, be it Monster, be it Celsius, as this is just an industry that seemingly is growing very, very quickly?
It is. I mean, there is a lot of competition. I think right now the winners in this space are the ones that can market really well. So at the end of the day, yes, it's going to be about the product offering in itself. Does it taste good? Does it not taste good? But are you also marketing to a segment of the population that obviously drinks these energy drinks and health health drinks right now or could be influenced to do so in the future. And I think that's really what Celsius has done, especially when we look at their previous earnings announcement. I mean, they knocked it out of the park as far as their growth rates. Now, Monster and Red Bull, they're definitely a lot more mature markets and companies here, but they still have some areas to grow, especially in the emerging markets, which is something that has not really been explored as well as what we've seen here in the United States or in North America alone. And I think also a little bit of that is obviously transportation costs, shipping costs, which eats into margins. So some of these areas you have to be able to scale up fairly well in order to turn a profit, and that's probably why we haven't seen that much investment in some of these emerging markets.
Yeah, Kevin, to your point, Celsius has done such a great job outsourcing a lot of their network to PepsiCo, who then bears the brunt of the supply chain costs, whereas Monster has mentioned that on their last several earnings call. Aluminum also continues to weigh on them overall, but still, overall positive day for the stock and positive note out of this analyst. Appreciate the coverage on that name, Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. Now, coming up next, it's time for Under 30. We are looking at Hawaiian Electric with a pretty sizable move to the downside today. Shares are down almost 38% amid some turbulence with the wildfires that are ongoing right now in Maui. George Tillis will have more on this story for us coming up next.
WatchList can help you keep track of securities you're interested in. To add a watch list to the left sidebar, select the plus sign, then Watch List. When the default list appears, select the name box, then Create Watch List. Enter a watch list name. To begin adding securities, enter a ticker symbol in the symbol box, then select Enter. Continue adding all the symbols you want in your watch list, then select Save. The existing list is replaced by the new one. You can also create watch lists from the Market Watch tab. After creating a watch list, you can add symbols to it from different locations across the platform. From the Charts tab, select the list icon and then Add to Watch List. From the Scan tab, right-click a security and then Add to Watch List. And that's how you make a watch list. For more demos on how to think or swim, head to the Education Center on tdameritrade.com.
Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade is more than a trading platform. It's an entire trading experience. With innovation that lets you customize interfaces, charts, and orders to your style of trading. Personalized education to expand your perspective and a dedicated trade desk of expert-level support that will push you to be even better and just might change how you trade forever. Because once you experience Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade, there's no going back.
I'm Nicole Petalides, host of Trading 360.
I'm here with you guys. I'm just eating lunch.
Stock Exchange, where we bring you breaking news, experts, CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time for a look at Under 30 today with George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. Today we are 38% here on the session, also seeing some massive outsize of volume here on, of course, some reports they're facing lawsuits regarding the ongoing wildfires in Maui. So, George, this is obviously a terrible situation. I mean, some of the visuals we've gotten out of Maui are absolutely horrible. So seeing this move today, I mean, walk us through how this company specifically is being affected here.
Well, I mean, this is a terrible situation, and again, there's questions about who's to blame for this, and some speculate now. This is still speculation; it hasn't been established as concrete fact yet. But at the end of the day, Hawaiian Electric is looked upon right now as maybe the culprit in terms of perhaps gross negligence. I can't say. I'm not making any accusations or stipulating on what happened here, but potentially they're liable for either negligence from avoiding the fire or altogether starting this fire, which again, the estimates aren't all total or finalized yet, but some estimate it's close to $6 billion in terms of damage on property and, of course, life, which again is something you can't really measure based upon a lot of the lives that are lost. So I'm not surprised to see the stock down about 38 or so percent. You can actually see it's trading down to 2015 levels. And just that liability alone, assuming that's the cost, again, this is all just speculation, that essentially is about 2 times the equity of the business. And so with that said, the company still is generating cash. What is the problem is the amount of contingent claims, which again are not known, could essentially engulf all of the equity that the company has. And that's, again, a challenge for the business. Now, the company, from a utility standpoint and a service provision standpoint, if they do go bankrupt, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if they do, they'll still operate just like they have in the past. It just happens to be that common equity holders most likely own this stock because the dividend effectively would get wiped out. That's a risk you have to consider if you are invested in the stock, but also if you are thinking about investing in the stock.
Georgia, just to provide some kind of, I guess, ancillary insight into this. This isn't unprecedented. We've seen it recently as 2019 in California, where the largest utility company in California, PG&E Corp, was essentially driven into bankruptcy after being, deemed responsible for a similar situation with deadly wildfires. Again, as you said, this is still speculative at this point, but, there are reports basically linking the potential cause to these fires that are ongoing in Maui to damaged power infrastructure owned by Hawaiian Electric. Wells Fargo's analyst, Jonathan Reeder, has essentially weighed in on this, talking a little bit about sort of the specifics to their understanding of sort of how policies may play out. This is basically asking you to be an attorney, an investor, and an analyst all at once. This is going to be a situation where there are a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things that are unknown at this point. And I think this tremendous move reflects that extreme uncertainty. This is a binary situation, is it not, George? This is either going to be their fault and they probably don't carry insurance claims, or coverage large enough to offset this. And it's going to be potentially a bankruptcy situation, or someone else is going to be to blame, and, it's going to be all this fear for naught.
I mean, there could be multiple parties that are at fault here, so we don't know that that's the case. I will say, look at all the variables. You have to be an analyst, a lawyer. You have to establish, insurance claims and what's the value of that. If you have to do all these things, there's so many different variables and unknowns, that may be suggestive of saying that it's too risky to even consider investing in it. So I know the stock is down a lot. It looks rather appealing, but I've seen a situation multiple times in the past where it can get cheaper from here. Now, let's just make an assumption. Let's just say that over time, this plays out to not be at fault for the company. Well, that could be a lot of time and a lot of lost equity in fighting off these legal claims. So right now, it's too speculative to say this is an investment.
Yeah, and I think right now, this is obviously an ongoing situation, like both you and Alex alluded to, so we'll have to keep this on our radar. But obviously, the devastation right now occurring in Maui, and so thoughts there. But we'll leave it there. George Chillis, appreciate all the insight here. Senior markets correspondent for the network, and also does it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for this Monday. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Nicole Petalides.
Watchlist can help you keep track of securities you're interested in. To add a watch list to the left sidebar, select the plus sign, then watch list. When the default list appears, select the name box, then create watch list. Enter a watch list name. To begin adding securities, enter a ticker symbol in the symbol box, then select enter. Continue adding all the symbols you want in your watch list, then select Save. The existing list is replaced by the new one. You can also create watch lists from the Market Watch tab. After creating a watch list, you can add symbols to it from different locations across the platform. From the Charts tab, select the list icon and then Add to Watch List. From the Scan tab, right-click a security and then Add to Watch List. And that's how you make a watch list. For more demos on how to Thinkorswim, head to the Education Center on tdameritrade.com.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. Like Jack. He wanted a streamlined version he could access anywhere, no download necessary. And Kim. She wanted to execute a preset trade strategy in seconds. So we gave him Thinkorswim Web. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade.
Schwab Network's like no other financial media you watch because it's all markets, all the time. It's 100% finance. We look at everything as traders and investors. Everything we say, everything we do is through that lens. There's no ulterior motive, and there's no subjectivity. There's no random guesswork about what we think. We are following the numbers all the time, relentlessly. We have the best CEO interviews, hands down. They're longer, more thorough, and tailored specifically to our audience. We never take our eye off the ball, which means we're always ahead of our peers.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Pavlidis. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange on this Monday. Thanks for being with us. We have a busy week ahead. We're going to have a lot of retail for you, and retail sales are tomorrow. But let's take a look at the markets right now after a down week, actually 2 down weeks for the S&P and the NASDAQ. And right now you're seeing somewhat of a mixed bag. The S&P right now is up 15 points at 44.79. The Dow is down 24 points. That's been up 4 of the last 5 trading weeks at 35,256. The NASDAQ gaining 125 points today. Tech leading the way today, 15,154, and the Russell pulling back some. In the meantime, oil and gold right now, we've seen oil pulling back. Here's a look. Bitcoin futures 29,545. US dollar 102.93. Gold 19.42 a troy ounce, down 0.25%, and oil down 0.5% at 82.83 the barrel. For some of the biggest stories in the markets, we welcome in Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent here on the TD Ameritrade Network, to tell us all about U.S. Steel. Some big news, a rejection of an offer, and in the meantime, the stock's going nuts.
Yeah, shares are surging. U.S. Steel shares, of course, ticker symbol X, up about 33% today after rejecting a $7.3 billion buyout offer from rival Cleveland Cliffs at CLF. Cleveland Cliffs proposed to buy U.S. Steel for $17.50 per share in cash and 1.023 of CLF stock. The proposed value was about $35 a share. So just to put that in perspective, closed Friday at $22.72, now trading just above $30 a share, so that would be a $35 per share purchase price. U.S. Steel said it's currently reviewing several unsolicited offers and its strategic alternatives. The offers have ranged from everything from an acquisition of certain production assets to a buyout of the entire company. But U.S. Steel said it rejected the Cleveland Cliffs offer because Cleveland Cliffs was pushing it to accept the terms without being allowed to conduct proper due diligence. U.S. Steel CEO David Burritt said in a letter released yesterday, "At this juncture, we cannot determine whether your unsolicited proposal properly reflects the full and fair value of the company. The board has
has no choice but to reject your unreasonable proposal. I will say Cleveland-Cliffs CEO was on CNBC and said the offer was more than reasonable. It's a little back and forth there, but the combo would have created a company that would be among the 10 biggest steel makers in the world, that had the support of the United Steelworkers Union, which has some 14,000 members at Cleveland-Cliffs and 11,000 members at U.S. Steel. And we are seeing shares of U.S. Steel surge on this news, but we're also seeing Cleveland-Cliffs up significantly. It's up about 10% right now as well.
Yeah, it's amazing. First of all, I want to know what the other offers are. You know what I mean? When this starts, and it's one of them, Elon Musk. He just wants the X. And also, ironically, I mean, this really goes back, and you've been doing this a long time like me. When we think about names like U.S. Steel and AK Steel, and U.S. Steel was founded by Andrew Carnegie and J.P. Morgan. I mean, you're really going way back. So I really am curious to see what happens here. And obviously, this is only the beginning of this story at this time.
And there's regulatory issues as well, or there could potentially be regulatory issues as well, that analysts have weighed in saying that this deal might be unreasonable to even think it would go through based on regulations. So
it's huge. It's huge. Let's get to NVIDIA, reiteration of some positive comments there.
Yeah, so NVIDIA reports earnings next Wednesday, August 23rd, and ahead of those earnings, Morgan Stanley named it a top pick, saying that the recent sell-off is a good entry point. Now, obviously, NVIDIA has been surging higher for most of the year, but it's up about 5% today. I was just taking a look, up about actually 6% right now, but still up about 8% so far in August alone. And Morgan Stanley says despite supply constraints, it will have a meaningful beat in Ray's quarter. The analyst there sees durable, steady growth given that overall industry conditions are oversupplied, expects a very positive outlook for the October quarter, and as such says that now is the time to buy. Also says the implied $7.5 billion in quarterly data center revenue is trending $15 billion plus over the next few quarters. So the analyst made no change to his overweight rating and $500 price target, but that implies about 15% upside from current levels. And given the fact that NVIDIA has already run almost 200% year to date, that's pretty significant. I will say, though, $500 price target, not the highest on the street. I was taking a look. Rosenblatt, HSBC, and Barclays are at 600 heading into earnings. Susquehanna's at 575, B of A's at 550, Citi's at 520. So quite a few bullish price targets on the street. We've only been seeing those, really tick higher. Just in terms of the earnings, NVIDIA's expected earnings to rise, or the earnings are expected to rise to $2.06 per share on revenue of $11.02 billion. If you take a look at that number at the same time last year, $6.7 billion in revenue. So really a huge run up. And this analyst thinks that it'll be a beat and raise.
Yeah, and look, it's been a clear outperformance. And it had been up over 200% when it hit that high of 480. I'm sorry, 480. Yes, that's right. And so we'll see what happens here. But I wonder if it'll turn the tides, too, because we've seen TAG and S&P selling off the last couple of weeks. See if they could turn it around. Because month to date, it's down 7%. You know what I mean? But a great day today. Thank you for both of those stories. Caroline Woods. Good to see you, Caroline. Thank you. Okay, up next, let's take a look at the bigger picture. Alexander Reed's with us, CFA Chief Investment Officer at Envisage Wealth. Thank you for being here, Alexander. Your thoughts on what's going on? What do you think the Fed may do?
Sure. Thanks for having me. So, looking at the Fed first, kind of looking globally, continuing to be underway in international emerging markets, we're starting to see continuation of further deterioration in the Eurozone, deposit PMIs, disappointing China data. But really, over the last 3 months domestically, May, June, and July, we're kind of seeing a mini reacceleration in manufacturing and durable goods orders, whether it be soft survey data or the hard economic data. And I think that's going to cause kind of a concern from the Fed's perspective, right? So we've seen inflation come down, but over the last 3 months, energy, a lot of the commodity prices, crude being up 18%, and the energy stocks being the big contributor to, from a sector leadership perspective, we're kind of in an odd spot from the Fed's perspective, saying the economic gravity of the cycle continues to pull down the economy. But we're kind of seeing this mini reacceleration on the manufacturing side, and that's pushed up prices on the commodities, which may throw a wrench.
All right, markets are just sitting here moving sideways. Moving sideways for now. Moving back into this range. Let's see. Apple. Apple in the upper half of the range for today. Let's see. U.S. Steel range bound at the highs, up $7.25. Amazon. NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA finally consolidating. If you took NVIDIA earlier, I would be taking some profits off. It's way more than its ATR. NIMO is at minus 44. We've got 3 red bars and 1 yellow bar starting to form, so that could be indicating that we're going to reverse. We've already reversed a good bit today, thus far. All right, sector-wise, we saw strength in semis first thing this morning. That was noted right before the opening bell. We had semiconductors, metals and mining, tech. We also have software and services higher. Robotics and AI are higher, along with the builders, pharmaceuticals, transports, healthcare, communications, and junk bonds. Let's go take a look at junk bonds. That's an important indicator, junk bonds. We want to see junk bonds stay above these critical areas and stay above the 21-day, the 50-day. So if junk bonds were to drop off with several big candles like this, that would be very bearish for the markets. For now, junk bonds are staying here. That's telling us that the markets, the participants that buy junk bonds aren't concerned about the markets pulling back at the moment. If they were, you'd be seeing selling like this over here in December or in February, and less so here in this fade between April and May. On the May, the last pivot, this May pivot right here, we pointed out the oversold volume oscillator. Here's May right here. Here's your May reversal. This line, these lines turned up and to the right. That formed the basis for the recent leg higher. And now we're starting to see it again. We need to see this turn, this black line, looking for that to turn real quick. Either it gets down here, like in March. March led to a very nice trend higher for about 3 weeks. Fade and then follow through on the most recent turn, those green dots there, green bubbles, whatever you want to call them. When we turn from oversold, that's a good indication. All right, so right now we're just watching the markets. They're just oscillating. NVIDIA is at the highs. All right, let's go through some of these names here. AMD at the highs of the day. Note the VWAP up and to the right. That's what you want to see coming right out of the gate. If you were paying attention to this morning, if you were paying attention after the opening range, the first 30 minutes of the trading day, VWAP is tilting up and to the right. Price is above, continues to accelerate in that direction. That's what you anticipate. Unless it drops forcefully back through VWAP, the trend is up. An opening range breakout to the upside, think bullish. An opening range breakdown through the opening range low, that tends to lead to a bearish day. So now we're just watching AMD as it continues to move higher. VWAP up and to the right. Still hasn't flattened out. Some of the other semiconductors, like KLAC, KLAC, that looked pretty good this morning. Same pattern. VWAP up and to the right. Opening range breakout. Bullish trade. Texas Instruments. VWAP up and to the right. Versus, say, something like Rivian or IVN. Okay. VWAP is flat, slightly up sloping, so it looks like they bought the dip. Let's look at energy. XLE energy, flat VWAP, no momentum, was very hot last week. Inside day today, looking for energy to follow through the rest of the week. Oh, here's the 60 minute. Okay, a little dip on the 60 minute. Daily. Okay, daily has been trending. Energy looks good. For now, though, intraday, VWAP is flat. So don't expect much momentum out of energy. S&P 500 is flat for now. VWAP is flattening out for now. Okay, IWM. VWAP is flattening out. All right, Carvana. Up and to the right, VWAP moving up and to the right after a gap down. Carvana is now up 30 cents on the day. It's moving away from VWAP, so it's more than likely going to continue this trend. On the reversal, Carvana, little descending channel. Descending channel on the weekly, on the daily, sorry. Okay, S&P pulling back some more. S&P pulling back. Okay, let's see what happens when we get back to VWAP. If you're already short from the highs on that sell signal, okay, some of the banks like Wells Fargo. Okay, VWAP is flattening out, so we're losing momentum. NVIDIA, a little bit stretched away from VWAP. Looks like it could fade back towards VWAP. Nice start to the week. I really anticipated that we would see a little bit more weakness, potentially. We were all ready for it. Let's go to the S&P 500. Okay, we're pulling back S&P 500. Okay, between the 50-day and the 21-day, 9/21-day are on top of the price action. 50 days below. We've pulled back 3.6% from the recent high at 46.07. RSI is turning up. So if we can get one more follow-through day, maybe we get back above the 21-day and negate this downward leg that we've been trading over the last 2 weeks. Look for stochastics to turn up. This is set up nicely. Last time it was set up like this was back in February. We rallied for several weeks. Higher highs, higher lows. This time of year tends to be a weaker. 6 weeks tends to be weak. 6 weeks of weakness between August 16th and September 30th tend to have a negative return. We've already down 3.6. So if we bounce a little bit and then start to fade and another leg lower, that would be about 6% from the high. Maybe the 50% retracement. Right along in this area around 4350. 4,400 is a major level. Right now, I'm just watching how the 50-day plays out. We bounced at the 50-day on Friday, first day. Looking for BNC pivots now. If you're looking for entries on some of these positions that took off to the upside this morning, like say US Steel or NVIDIA, AMD. Acadia Pharmaceuticals pushing higher. ACAD, ACAD. BNC pivots. Okay, back to NVIDIA. All right, looks like we're going to bounce. The S&P is starting to bounce back into the range. Now we've started setting up at around 11 o'clock. We hit the highs around 44.86, and we keep oscillating between 44.86 and 44.76, about 10 points, a little bit more than 10 points. Tesla trying to bounce off of VWAP. Okay, so looks like those stocks are sleepwalking right now, just taking a break. Let's go check the NASDAQ 100. The top 10 usually stay in the top 10. NVIDIA is number 1, Micron, Marvell, number 2 and 3, respectively. Let me see what these look like. They might be A, B and C pivots. They are B and C pivots, Marvell. Let me take a look at Marvell. Let's see, Marvell. Okay. All right, so buy and sell back and forth. Let's take a look at the 15-minute on Marvell. Okay, it's been on a buy signal since Friday. It dipped and then it took off to the upside. Marvell, let's see, Micron. These are the top 3, NVIDIA, Micron, Marvell, in that order. And then you got number 5, which is AMD. AMD, a little shallower. VWAP. Adobe, which we talked about this morning, Adobe. Looks good. Applied Materials, AMAT. All right, everything has VWAP up and to the right, so it looks like we could see a follow-through. CrowdStrike. Dexcom, DXCM, Dexcom. That looks pretty good. Dexcom. Broadcom, ABGO. All of them have VWAP up and to the right. Skyworks, SWKS. Up and to the right, VWAP. Okay, so NVIDIA. VWAP up and to the right. Looking for higher lows and higher highs. I was hoping that this, for a second trade, we can get this back towards VWAP a little bit. It's too strong. Marvell as well. Adobe. PayPal. PayPal B and C pivots producing right now. CrowdStrike. A little dip. All the semis look very strong. They're holding their highs. Holding the strength for today. Old Dominion Freight, that one keeps going. What's going on with the, oh, that's transports. Transports were pretty strong. Transports were pretty strong. VWAP up and to the right, the dark purple line. That's 15. Let me just check the daily. Okay, look at Old Dominion Freight. Nice looking chart. Stop under the 21 day. Old Dominion Freight looking really good. Let's take a look. Yeah, it looks really nice. Up and to the right. Okay, J&J, Palantir. What was it on Palantir we were looking at? Palantir, PLTR, Palantir. It's consolidating. Watch Palantir. It's kind of like Apple's chart. Pull back below the 50-day. Now it's starting to build a base right around 15. Palantir, that might be a setup for you. For an inexpensive stock, watch Palantir. If it does start to bounce back above the 921 day and 50 day this week, that'd be a nice trade back up to 20. Stochastics set up nicely. See that turn? Last time it turned like that, the third week of June. What did they do? It went from 1350 up to 20 in the course of 4.5, 5 weeks. Align Technology, LGN, that one's moving higher. Nice bounce. All these stocks, you notice the similarities here. Most stocks have pulled back in the last 2 weeks. Where are they bouncing? At the 50-day or the 21-day? And what is Stochastics doing? Turning from oversold. Looks really good. There's a lot of good setups for a market that's supposed to be failing, supposedly. Okay, let's go take a look at the watch list real quick. Okay, here's the watch list. Okay, Arbor Realty holding on to the 21-day. Lots of wicks on these candles. Look at Builders First Source trending. XHB is strong today. Caterpillar holding on to the 9 EMA. Costco trending. Good Stochastics turning on all of these. DraftKings holding on to the 50-day. Stochastics turning. That's what you want to see. Stochastics on a daily time frame. 921.50, 200-day, all turned up and to the right. RSI back above, gets back above 50. Look for the trend to improve and strengthen. I love that stochastic setup though. Trending on ELF Beauty. Stochastics continues. It's kind of embedded now. Getting to embedded. IBKR, this is on the Swing Trader. Investors Business Daily Swing Trader. Look at this volume. That's institutions. MACD above signal line. Stochastics turning back up. Kohl's, I talked about Kohl's this morning. Went to a Kohl's to find some shorts for my son for school. Place had maybe 3 or 4 people in there, mostly employees walking the floor. Like 15 employees in the store. There was like three customers. PAR, a little pullback. Palantir trying to turn. Rig holding on to that $8 level, the 21-day. Stochastics turning up. Schlumberger trending. This is also on the IBD Swing Trader list. Trending. 21-day. Stochastics embedded. Tesla. Oversold. Stochastics waiting for that to trigger to the upside. Surprise everybody one morning. Vornado. Fade. And that's it. I need to add the rest of the stocks to the watch list. As in the list at the bottom. NVIDIA. All right, we'll continue to fade. Okay, Old Dominion Freight starting to fade a bit. Okay, we added a couple of sectors to green. We started off the day 10, 15% green, and we gradually started adding sectors. Transports, junk bonds. Now we got materials starting to go green. Materials. Looks like biotech's going to go next. Large cap bio. All right, so it's been a pretty decent day. We've got NYMO trying to turn from an oversold level, minus 44. It was minus 50 this morning, NYMO. Hi, Felicia. She's sleeping. There's deli meat and stuff in the fridge. Make yourself a sandwich, okay? Okay. NVIDIA just hanging out at the highs. Doesn't want to give much back. Okay. Looking for BNC pivots. We're not getting much pullback on these BNC pivots. NVIDIA is up quite a bit on the day. It's ATR. Average true range for the day. It's trading 164%, so can't buy it up there. We sold it into strength a little early, but still made over 100%, most of you, in 35 minutes this morning. Sold some on this little dip, bought some more on the rip. We're fading a little bit more back to the lows of the 11 o'clock to current time frame range. We're about in the 10-11 handle range, 44.75 up to 44.86. Sectors, we're still about 60%, 55% green, 45 to 40% red. Being led by semiconductors, SOXL, and semi SMH. Metals and mining moving higher. What's Freeport? I haven't even looked at Freeport today. Metals and mining are higher with the steel stocks. Let's see, FCX, Freeport. A little hammer. It did gap down today. Rio Tinto. Okay. U.S. Steel. Higher. Nucor. Higher. Cleveland Cliff. Big reversal off that 1450 level. Cleveland Cliff looking to buy U.S. Steel. Both of them are higher right now. U.S. Steel, I'd like to see it get back above 18, above the 921.50 200-day. RSI's turned higher on Cleveland Cliff. If the deal goes through, and from what Cleveland Cliff's CEO was saying, the deal is going to go through, provided they have the backing of the steelworkers union, which is pretty powerful. Steelworkers, I don't know if any of you in construction up in the Northeast, steel unions are pretty strong. Okay, so Cleveland Cliff, U.S. Steel with the gap up. U.S. Steel. Okay, Steel Dynamics above in a range. I like U.S. Steel and Cleveland Cliff the best right now. Still, semiconductors are the place to be right now. Bullish engulfing candle, NVIDIA. Bullish engulfing at the 50-day moving average. A close above the 50-day would be awesome if we can manage that. We're above the 50-day right now. 50-day is 430.79. We're trading almost $3 above that, $2 above that level. RSI rising. What's Microsoft doing? Microsoft trying to turn the software services ETF, Spider Software Services, XSW. That's hard to say. XSW. So software looks good. XBI, biotech. We need to see these get back above their longer-term moving averages. XBI needs to get back above the 9 EMA for starters. The 21-day, 200-day, 50-day. Got a lot of spaghetti overhead. 9, 21, 200-day, 50-day. RSI is starting to turn. Maybe something goes on here. IBB, biotechs above. Now we just need to get above the 200-day. LABU. All right, trying to reverse. Same thing here, 9, 21, 50, 200-day are all stacked above. That's going to be resistance for now. What are some of these EVs doing? XP, XPEV, NEO, Li Auto. Tesla, of course, is lower today. So the place to be is semiconductors. Intel above 35. It's trending along almost a straight 21-day. 50 days almost straight. 200 days turned up into the right as well. Now we just need to get some volume and some momentum like we had over here in June to push this higher faster. Intel. I have January 40 calls on Intel. Let's see. LRCX, Lam Research, bouncing off the 50-day. Broadcom. NVIDIA, of course. Nice reversal on NVIDIA. AMD. Texas Instruments. Okay, these doing fairly well on the reversal. SOXL. XLK. XLK. 921 have crossed down through the 50 days, so this really needs to get back above the 21 days, almost there. This needs to get back above these moving averages. Otherwise, this is a bearish trend continuation pattern. RSI is turning higher, so we really need, there's a lot of work that needs to be done here on XLK. XLE had a strong week last week. Okay, it's an inside day, still 921.50 or turned up and to the right. That looks good. Healthcare XLV. Here's your market carpet for today. Okay, you can see where you don't want to be for the most part. Consumer staples, energy, taking a break. Utilities. Healthcare, cyclicals, mixed on the cyclicals. Mostly technology doing very well in communications today. So if you're focused on these two sectors on the far left, you're doing a lot better. Far right bottom, consumer staples, materials, real estate, energy, and utilities are all mixed, mostly red on the day. Okay, VIX is trying to push higher.
traveling. They have, money to spend on other things. They got stimulus money from the government. Most of that is, of course, largely absorbed into the economy, and balances are kind of back down to where they were pre-pandemic. But yeah, higher interest rates do bite the consumer. There's every day somebody wakes up and they have a revolving mortgage or higher credit card payment, or they're about to take out an auto loan. These are a burden when you get interest rates up this high. So we do expect a slowdown in the consumer space. Of course, names like PayPal and Square, and they're also dealing with kind of the acceleration to digital payments that happened during the pandemic. Pull forward growth from the numbers. So I think that's why a big part of why that
Okay, NVIDIA, let's see what you can do in the evening session. It's done a lot today so far.
still we expect consumer spending to be positive here.
What time is it? Almost 3 o'clock.
Consumers have jobs, or if they lose a job and find it easy to replace one, they'll continue spending.
So, rule of thumb, I look for institutions to tell us what to do next after 2 o'clock in the evening. Institutions a lot of times will come in and start buying if they like the dip. Right now, we just kind of chopping around. So there's no signal from institutions. We have quite a few blocks that are traded today. I got some SQQQ blocks coming through. 50,000, 50,000, 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. That's 5 blocks of 50,000. $250,000 shares broken up into a sweep, 50,000 each. The SQQQ, that's a hedge.
Schwab Network's like no other financial media you watch because it's all markets, all the time. It's 100% finance. We look at everything as traders and investors, everything we say, everything we do, it's through that lens. There's no ulterior motive, and there's no subjectivity. There's no random guesswork about what we think. We are following the numbers all the time relentlessly. We have the best CEO interviews, hands down. They're longer, more thorough, and tailored specifically to our audience. We never take our eye off the ball, which means we're always ahead of our peers.
Okay, XBI. Builders. Let's go take a look at the builders. Okay, we're starting to hear some bullish flow coming in. XHB. Builders trending, but it's sitting on top of the 21-day. Could drop through the 50-day. Builders. XLV Transports, IYT Transports. Old Dominion Freight was trading at the highs before. We're right near the 50-day. This could be a good setup if we get down here and we reverse. Don't have to get there, but Stochastics oversold. I love this setup. Love, love, love this setup. Okay, last time we got down here and reversed quickly. Prior to that, back in March, we had a nice reversal. Went from 212, 213 up to 230. We've had a pullback. Now we're looking for the reversal. All right, what else? Let's see. That's transports, junk bonds. All right, consumer discretionary not doing much today. It's kind of flat on the day. Week. So why? All right, XLY. This is probably going to do well tomorrow. Remind me tomorrow if I don't talk about it early. If we get a bounce off the 50-day consumer discretionary, that would be, one of the biggest names in consumer discretionary is Tesla. We get a bounce in Tesla, that should send XLY higher. What about XRT? Retail, everybody talking about retail not doing so great. We got Target reporting this week, TJ Maxx reporting. Costco trending. All right, Tesla looks like it could launch here, actually. 60-minute doesn't look that great, but the 5-minute looks pretty good. Okay, NVIDIA looks like a late B and C pivot potentially setting up right now on NVIDIA. Catalyst is NVIDIA earnings next week. There was some positive comments this morning from a tier one firm. Morgan Stanley names NVIDIA as their top pick. Okay, so earlier this morning at around, actually it was right after noon, 1:05 p.m., Morgan Stanley named NVIDIA as its top pick going into earnings next week. NVIDIA likely to report a beat again. Raise in the July quarter. Morgan Stanley been all over NVIDIA today. What if NVIDIA gaps up like it did last time? What if NVIDIA gaps up like it did last time on earnings? All right, let me see what these guys have to say. It is going to be 2 o'clock here shortly. Let me tune in to, let's see what, I don't care for him, but got to listen to what he has to say. So Wapner coming on? Okay. Tyler is on.
But either way, it is going to be a jolt to those individuals that have student loans and are now having
What's up, bud?
My money is money for gas. Also, possibly ice cream because I made her happy or something. I don't know.
Ice cream, you said? Do you want money or what? Here. Oh, she can use a card. That's fine. Everybody wants money from me. Money, money, money. Money, 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 money. Money. All right. Looks like we're going to fade a little bit more back to the bottom of this range. ES is below the 105. Tick cumulative did turn back down on the shorter time frames. Let's see what the 4-hour looks like. 4-hour. Still drifting lower.
It has been a 6% nice bounce, but the narrative is pretty much buy now. That's what Morgan Stanley and Bank of America are saying about NVIDIA shares. Its recent sell-off down about 8% this month.
Man, they're just gobbling this up with NVIDIA.
Is what they're calling an entry point for many, especially ahead of earnings out next Wednesday, the 23rd. So Morgan Stanley thinks that NVIDIA is only serving less than half of the demand in today's AI.
Looks like Michael Burry was short the markets.
Why you're seeing this stock up 6%. And not everything, Scott, is perfect. There is a lack of supply, specifically for the GPU AI chips, and that could possibly cap off near-term upside. Secondly, Chinese tech giants like Alibaba, Baidu, ByteDance are trying to rush order their NVIDIA AI chips over fears that the Biden administration will impose even more export restrictions. So that could mean less revenues at the end of 2024. So
now we're getting a nice little bounce. All right, so let's see if we can close in this next 58 minutes a bit higher. NVIDIA making a higher low. Now we're starting to head for a higher high.
And the PE has really come in from the high too, which is notable, and I want you to comment on that. 62.5 times forward PE in May, now down to 46.5 times. So it's obviously one of the knocks that you hear on stocks like NVIDIA. Oh, it's too expensive. PE's too rich. Well, it continues to come in.
Well, yeah, and to that level, I think that if you're referring to that in the notes, that's the 5-year average, if I remember correctly. So it's
imagine if NVIDIA jumps again like it did last earnings. People are going to lose their mind.
Valuations and upside in the near term, they are the dominant player, right? We talk about this often. We can't deny that they're the dominant player. The second closest player is AMD with their AI chip in Q4, as long as there's no delays.
So that is something to consider when you're thinking about, should I sell this name or should I get in? Is there any upside? That's the argument a lot of these analysts are saying is that nobody's looking to sell anytime soon because they have such a market share over all of the AI chips.
Afraid to sell too, given what happened last quarter. Remember that?
Oh, the $7 billion that really blew it out of the park? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. You want to sell ahead of the possibility of something like that happening again?
No way, Jose. I'll keep one on. One or two for the rest of the day. Let's see what happens here if we swing them.
These are all strengths. I do think we need to consider the fact that the upside, the limited upside, because of those supply chains, is a concern, especially if China goes ahead and buys everything up in advance. Like, how is this going to continue this massive momentum over the next year or two?
Yeah, nice game today. We'll watch it for the rest of the session. Christina, thanks for seeing it as well. Christina Partsinevelos. Let's bring in Alicia Levine of BNY Mellon Wealth Management, George Jackson of JP Morgan Asset Management. Good to have you both with us. Alicia, I'll turn to you first. I mean, Sunday's down 7.5% a couple weeks. Cloud down 9%, software down 5.5%, Nasdaq down 4.5%. Is it done?
Don't think it's quite done yet because of where yields are. If you remember last time we were on together, I said better watch the 10-year. The 10-year sitting over 4% for a couple of weeks is going to cause a problem in the long duration names. So I think you saw some consolidation. But look, this is healthy. This is not the sign of a teetering market. This is a bit of consolidation, and it's a place where you can really start to think about adding. We don't like to time the market. It never works. We're seasonally weak here. It's okay. So, I think there's more upside for the rest of the year, even as we come into seasonally weak August and September. And tech, since it led the market the first half of the year, if we're going to move higher by the end of the year, tech has to be participating.
Yeah, I know there's a note on that today. We'll get back to the conversation in just a minute, though. We are getting some new news on U.S. Steel, which has been making some M&A news today. Pippa Stevens with that story, the update for us. Pippa, what do we know now?
Hey, Scott. So S-Mart announcing that it has offered an all-cash offer for U.S. Steel shares. It would be $35 per share, all cash. Now, of course, the company rejected the Cleveland Cliffs offer, which was $35 per share, but it makes us.
Okay, so we got another pop in U.S. Steel. Oh, there goes U.S. Steel. Big pop. All right, nice looking chart there.
Yeah, Pippa, thank you. That story getting a little more interesting, right? I mean, you had the Cleveland Cliffs CEO on the network today suggesting that he thinks the deal is going to get done with his company. So we're going to see how all that develops. Pippa Stevens, thanks for the update there. Back to the conversation. Jordan, I come to you on the tech sell-off.
A big pop in U.S. Steel.
Some of these other chip names and most of the mega cap names were up as well. You think the sell-off is done?
I'm actually cautiously optimistic.
U.S. Steel, if you took it, I'm going to take some profits here. U.S. Steel.
We have had a string of quarters of negative year-over-year revenue growth, and I think that starts to.
All right, nice move on U.S. Steel there. Beautiful.
If you actually look at the backlog of cancellations and reschedules, that number has started to slow a little bit, suggesting that there may be brighter days ahead. Also, let's take into account that you now have the CHIPS Act money. It's about $39 billion, bipartisan legislation.
Okay.
$39 billion that's going to be for grants and loans towards new semi facilities here in the U.S., alongside a 25% tax incentive for new semi builds.
Hold on a second, folks.
That money's going to start to flow through.
market has been a
Guys, I have to take this phone call. I'll be with you shortly.
What happens with the
NVIDIA back to the highs.
Because the move in our 10-year really started with the move out of Japan, affecting global.
Microsoft
I need to see the 10-year under.
moving higher. U.S. Steel at the highs.
Jordan, in terms of earnings, do you think, and Alicia just mentioned the fact that expectations have ticked higher, do you think that's realistic? Do you think we're too optimistic on how the earnings picture is going to ostensibly have a V-shaped recovery as you get into the early part of next year?
I think it really hinges on, and certainly risk assets are calling for that soft landing. We're still on the camp of a soft recession. Now, from an economic perspective, maybe that's not materially different, right? Soft landing, you're talking about sub-trend growth. Let's call it 0.5% to 1% growth next year. Soft recession, you're talking about the inverse, so maybe down 1% from a GDP perspective. Not a whole lot, but remember, earnings are hyper-cyclical, right? They're going to move to a greater degree than the broader economy. And so if you're in the soft recession camp or even a harder landing camp, then earnings are way too high. And so those certainly need to be adjusted lower. I think the last time I looked, the index dollar earnings are somewhere between 240 to 245 for next year. That's
Amazon pushing a bit higher.
Numbers are realized about 11 to 12% earnings growth for next year. So again, whether you're in that kind of soft recession or hard landing, earnings probably have to be flat to slightly negative on the back of that call. So I think we're a little bit optimistic. But again, markets can stay irrational longer than you or I can stay solvent. So I think we still want to keep some chips on the table, but be selective and active on how you do so.
Your sector picks, Alicia, are interesting to me. By cyclicals,
Yeah.
but also placing defense with staples.
Yeah. Because you
What's that out for?
have to have, it's a little bit of a hedge on the stable side, but we've been saying buy cyclicals for a while just because the picture just has not been as negative as when we first came into the year. I know we had a conversation about semis a couple months ago, and we thought it was a great time simply because they've had their recession, they've had the downturn, they've had quarter after quarter of really disappointing earnings, and they're coming out of it. And to the extent that we see this sort of rolling downturn, the cyclicals had their downturn and are coming out of it. I'd say this, what we like to look at for data is the manufacturing ISM new orders index, okay? The new orders with troughed at 42, last month is at 49. It's still below expansion, but the second derivative, the rate of change is positive. And if that's the case, earnings are correlated with that. And we should see earnings move higher as well.
All right, we'll leave it there. I appreciate the time very much, Jordan. Thank you, Alicia. We'll see you soon as well. Alicia Levine here on Tech. Let's get to our Twitter question of the day. We want to know, when will the Fed cut rates first? End of 23, the first quarter of 24, or as Goldman Sachs today says, the second quarter of 2024. You can head to @CNBC Closing Bell on X, formerly known as Twitter, to vote. We'll share the results later on in the hour. We are just getting started, though, right here. Up next, are we out of the woods yet? American Century Investment CEO Jonathan Thomas is raising the red flag on a few key market indicators that he says could impact your money in a major way. He joins you right here, post 9 after the break. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange, and you're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Okay, just waiting for the markets. We have a little bit less than 15 minutes to go. Excuse me. 40 minutes to go. 40 minutes to go. Okay, the S&P is starting to move back in the top of the range. I wouldn't get excited. It's probably going to stop right around the highs that we put in earlier, 45.86 or so, 44.86. All right, so nice move on U.S. Steel. So NVIDIA is the Morgan Stanley top pick. That's pretty cool. NVIDIA, can you imagine if it pops up like last earnings, and we get a big gap up to 500? Oh, shit. That'll be something else. Sorry for my cursing.
Before the correction. It was up 60% before 2000. It was up 30% before 08. So it doesn't necessarily lead to continued success.
I mean, you bring up things like 87 and big market gains leading into that, especially into the fall. Right here we go seasonally, what is not a good period for stocks. Are you looking for a big pullback? I mean, to what magnitude are you talking about stocks really correcting?
So I don't think anybody's really, if you look at the economists and Wall Street prognosticators, it's kind of 50-50, and even the people we're calling for the harshest corrections have walked that back to either no recession or a soft landing or a mild recession. And I think that aligns with where we are too. We're talking about a slight pullback, nothing catastrophic like 87, 2000 or no.
Yeah. In terms of the competition between fixed income and equities, where do you skew on that? Just given the rally that we've had, and now we see rates ticking up again, how do you assess that?
So, American Century, we're long-term investors. We're not traders per se. So the advice we give people right now, cash is really attractive. I've always wondered, really since 2010, what are we going to do when cash is yielding 5% or more? Will people go back into the markets given the volatility they just experienced? And what we see a lot of people doing is a lot of people moving into cash and cash-like instruments, gathering that 5%, and then systematically moving in.
Your crystal ball is broken there, Mondo? What's wrong with that? How are we supposed to deal with that if your crystal ball is broken?
Absolutely, totally.
Yeah. Can you comment too on I don't think enough people know about the commitment that your firm makes to health and
All right, so U.S. Steel had a good day. Thank you guys for the heads up this morning. I think it was Frano that mentioned U.S. Steel before the open. Microsoft looks like it's going to go here. Microsoft looking for a go.
Research holds that, and each and every year, as a result of people doing business with us, we direct over 40% of our profits to medical research. To put that in perspective, over the last 20 years, it's $1.9 billion that we have sent to medical research, and it inspires our employees and inspires our clients as well to continue to do business.
Yeah, the tournament in which we broadcast live from this year was spectacular. Obviously, Steph Curry made. The hole-in-one was in and of itself amazing. Goes on to win the event. And that event in and of itself has raised some $7 million.
Yeah, looking for a few more bullish trades on NVIDIA. Today seems to be petered out already. U.S. Steel, that was a nice pop to sell into. They probably going to, I don't know, they'll probably up the ante again, I'm thinking, right? Now they're offering $35 per share. Okay, it's fading. Okay, if we get back down to 30, I might buy it again.
Yes, so this right now, it is already the longest running made-for-TV sports event in the country. 34 years. We've been the sponsor for 25. And we've just
Cleveland Cliff. All right. That dipped on the news. Cleveland Cliffs dipped on the news. KDF Pharmaceuticals, SMCI, ABCD pattern in the day with 33 minutes to go. 33 minutes to go. We got an ABCD pattern. We got B and C pivots. Looks like it's going to go for D. Maybe it gets above 272. It already tagged 272 once today. Semiconductor 3 times is Soxl, SOXL is higher this morning. I mean, this evening. Merck, Intel breaking out here. Intel breaking out. Intel, nice. Thank you. I saw that too, Corey. I just looked at it at the same time. Yeah, that would be awesome, Cayman. Yeah. I could see that. Yep. But, it would be best served if it consolidated with Cleveland Cliffs. It'd be a behemoth then. A big contender. Keep all U.S. Steel and Cleveland Cliff in the country. All right, it is fading though. So it doesn't matter what I think. If it fades, price action fades, that means there's more people selling than buying. Okay, more. Let's see if we can get another higher low. Let me go talk to my wife for a second. I'll be right back.
Monster this last hour of trading. My next guest still believes the bear case for the market is compelling. He is finding, though, opportunity in a few areas. He says are prime for a catch-up trade. Let's bring in Sebastian Page and T. Rowe Price. So you're still
Intel is still going here.
Yes, Scott, and the bear part is still pretty obvious to me. You had a guest just talk about the inverted yield curve. That is a red flashing recession signal. But if you look at other signals like surveys on credit conditions or manufacturing PMIs, all these macro signals are flashing for a recession. And look, the equity risk premium is quite compressed. It's at a 20-year low. You've had a lot of guests talk about it just today. We know the regional small banks are fragile. Global growth is coming down. We got some bad data out of China.
All right, Intel's still going here. Looks good, Intel. Intel looking good. Intel higher. Okay, I have the Intel January 40 call. Okay, we got 25 minutes to go. 25 minutes to go. Intel's still pushing. Okay, Intel, U.S. Steel looks like it's going to lift again. Intel looking good. All right, U.S. Steel. All right, those who wanted to take profits took profits like myself. I took profits here. Looks like we're starting to see buyers coming in. I'll give it a little bit more time. Maybe it pulls back a little bit more. I'd like to take some lottos on U.S. Steel. The 35s is what they're offering. They're offering 35 for this U.S. Steel. So the dip. All right, the 35s, what are they going for? 35, they're 52 cents for 2 weeks out. Wow, that's a pretty cheap dip. That's a pretty cheap bet there.
There are parts of the markets as an asset allocator that haven't participated. Scott, think about quality small caps. Let's start with U.S. large cap tech, right? 30 price earnings ratio. Compare that to quality small caps. 13 price earnings ratio. Compare that to the energy sector in equities. And by the way, all prices are up 20%. Is that a 12 price earnings ratio? Emerging markets equities at an 11 price earnings ratio. High yield bonds, yes, spreads are compressed, but they're offering you 9% yield compared to 5% earnings yield on the top level S&P 500. So that's the reluctant part, Scott, and we're actually long.
All right, U.S. Steel. I just took some more of these lotto calls just in case we get more action out of this. Let's see.
Is it all about the Fed being more aggressive than the market wants to believe that they possibly, even could be?
All right, those were filled at 50 cents. There's no open interest. If these are swings, these trades for today, we'll see how much translates into open interest. I'm going to take a snapshot of this so we can compare it. Okay.
So that is a risk of, forcing the Fed's hand. And the other one is just basically earnings. Again, we have high expectations, and we are in a deceleration economically. So you balance these two risks. You look at the risks also in the commercial real estate sector. And again, sometimes I sound really pessimistic, Scott, but
Sometimes.
there's so many things. There's so many things that can cause the market fragility right now. You know, because we also are dealing with very much slowing global growth. We're dealing, I mentioned commercial real estate, small regional banks, all the downgraded. So there's so much fragility at the top level. And again, being valuation focused, you want to see stocks go down. Just one prediction, right? We're not like go all cash type of investors. We never do that because we have long-term retirement-oriented clients. So it's a balance between stocks and bonds, and just being slightly underweight stocks, waiting for the opportunity to overweight.
I'm looking at, areas of the market. Obviously, tech has done incredibly well along with comm services. I'm looking at the S&P sector performance year to date. It's not like nothing else has participated in this. Industrials are up near 11%. If the economy's so bad, why are industrials up 11%? We know about the strength of the consumer. Discretionary is up 33%. In other words, it's getting much harder to make the case that this is a very narrow rally that we've had. Don't you think so? I mean, even materials, for example, now they're not beating the S&P, but they're also positive by some 6%. This market under the surface may be a little bit better than people want to give it credit for, no?
Yeah, I agree with you, Scott, and I think there's more to go in terms of broadening market participation. For example, if you look at those sectors you mentioned, they're starting with a lower valuation than the top-heavy part of the market. So I think there's more to go in the broadening. And if we get a pullback, you might think those are cyclical, but it's interesting sometimes when you have such a valuation buffer, when some unloved asset classes like the energy sector or quality small caps, when they have such a valuation buffer and you get more of a, say, long rate shock, which is what you've seen over the last couple of weeks, then even on the downside, you can do better in those sectors. And for example, last couple of weeks, quality small caps, S&P 600 have done marginally better than the tech stocks that have been selling off. So the risk return looks better when you have this valuation buffer. And I agree with you, some of it's already running and it's already broadening, and I think it'll continue.
All right, well, and as will our conversation. Sebastian, thank you. I appreciate it very much. We'll see you soon. Sebastian Page, T. Rowe Price. Up next, we're tracking the biggest moves as we head into the close. Christina Partsinevelos is standing by with that. Christina.
9 months later, and it looks like Manchester United owners are finally ready to sell. Of course, there are stock implications that we'll get to right after this short break.
All right, there goes the markets moving higher. Something has to give, either the 10-year, yield 4.18, off the highs of the morning 420. All right, US dollar. All right, that's starting to fade. SMCI ABCD pattern. It's B and C have formed for Supermicro. SMCI. Okay. Acadia Pharmaceuticals authorizes a session. Intel is still going here. What's going on with Intel? Let's see. Intel. Let's see the news on Intel. Intel One API Developer Summit for AI 2023. That was at 2 p.m. Let's see. Intel One API Developer Summit for AI 2023. Two-day virtual event to learn more about multi-architecture software development for artificial intelligence pipelines. That's on August 21st and 22nd. I don't think that's what's driving this higher right now. Intel is just going ballistic here. Intel going. Okay. Intel going now.
About 15 minutes before the closing bell. Let's get back to Christina Partsinevelos now with a look at the stock she's watching. Christina?
Well, as Manchester United plays its first game of the Premier League season today, its shares are actually getting a boost, almost over 5.5% higher. The move comes amid reports, though, that the Glazer family is finally close to announcing a sale of the club to a Qatari royal, roughly 9 months after opening the bidding. Shares right now, like I said, up 5.6% right now. And Hawaiian Electric shares are plunging today on concerns about the electric utility's potential liability in the deadly Maui wildfires. Analysts at Wells Fargo
Got a hurricane. How can they freaking be liable? That makes no sense. Whatever.
Caused the fires. It's still prudent to consider the risk, especially in light of similar claims that we saw in states like California, Colorado, and Oregon. Shares are off 33%. Scott?
All right, Christina, appreciate it. Thank you, Christina Partsinevelos. Last chance to weigh in on
People in Maui, man, that sucks.
Will it be the end of this year, the first quarter of next, or the second quarter, as some are predicting? You can head to @CNBC Closing Bell on X for more.
All right, there goes Intel.
The results are after the break.
Nice push there. All right, so DXY coming back. NVIDIA pushing one more time. Wow, this is just not going to stop, is it? Intel, nice move. ABCD pattern. Here's your A. Here's B. Higher, low, C. And then what happens? D. So that's what we're looking for. Intel playing it out nicely here. ABCD pattern. Okay, once again, there's A at the high at 11 o'clock. B right around 11:30 or so. And then around 2 o'clock, we got our C pivot. And then D, we take off to the upside. So there's a nice pattern there. VWAP up and to the right. NVIDIA and Intel, the chips are in play today. Still going. Nice move. Semiconductors at the high of the day. Nice move. Semis, SOXL, having a good day. SOXL, the 3 times Direxion Bull. Look at that VWAP up and to the right. That's a beautiful pattern. If you're a new member or a new trader, look for this pattern. Pretty easy to find. In the first 15, 20 minutes of the trading day, you're waiting for VWAP. Okay. Here's the start of the trading day right there. Okay, so here's the start of the trading day. On a buy signal, opening range. We take out the highs at 10 o'clock. That tells you to think long. VWAP continues to push up and to the right. Price moves away. We're looking for ABCD patterns now. All right, we might be putting in an A late in the day. We got 12 minutes left to go. So it looks like SOX SOXL is going to trade close to the highs of the day. Nice looking daily chart on the SOXL. Okay, so for those of you trading the semis, that's the reason why we focus on what sectors are the strongest and look for follow through. It helps that we're also a lot of people are bearish coming into today with the 10-year higher. You would think that we should have seen a pullback by now. I was anticipating a pullback coming into the week. So I wanted to see direction by institutions. We got the direction. The direction, though, was in the opposite direction. It was moving higher. And semiconductors took over early in the morning. Top 10 stocks, the top 5 were mostly semiconductors. NVIDIA, ABGO, CLAC, AMD, Intel, Texas Instruments, Marvell, Micron, ON Semiconductor populate in the top 10 most of the day. That tells you what you need to know. If all the stocks are in the group are moving higher, the majority of stocks are moving higher, then you got a good setup. RSI rising. Okay, this looks pretty good for tomorrow. SOXL, NVIDIA. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day. Back above the 50-day. Okay, I was concerned that on a bounce that we would maybe make it up to the 50-day over the next couple of days, not today, and get rejected. But then the news comes out that Morgan Stanley calls this their top pick for next week earnings. So I can't wait to see what the upgrades and price targets are going to be. 500 is the upper end, I believe, right? 480, 500, something like that. Blue Apron. Let's see. I guess it's Keith Kern, right? Keith Kern is talking about Blue Apron. Looking for a squeeze on Blue Apron. Okay. Mm-hmm. SoFi, Rivian, Tilray.
We're now in the closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down the crucial moments of the trading day. Plus, Leslie Picker on Michael Burry's bets against big tech, and Phil LeBeau on Tesla's latest price cuts. I'll begin with you, Mike. Two things standing out to me: session highs for Nas. Yes. There are a lot of bears around. There are conversations with a couple of them on this show today.
No, that is true. I do think you've got like 4 weeks where the market did nothing. You got 10% corrections plus in some of the biggest, most popular names in the NASDAQ. They're bouncing today. I don't think today, in terms of the little rebound in NVIDIA and some of the other NASDAQ stocks, it didn't really settle anything. If you look at it on a longer-term chart, it didn't really change the fact that we're in this downtrend. You've kind of broken momentum a bit. But it also doesn't mean that it's really been any kind of disorderly
NVIDIA, what a nice day. What a nice day. Thanks to the semiconductors for making our week already. NVIDIA's going again. NVIDIA's going to go again.
We'll see. It seems very much kind of a digestion type market. It has mostly worked against the big NASDAQ stocks. Some of that's being
Wow.
today, but I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Nice job. Nice job, Freno.
Leslie Picker, to you, the man made famous by The Big Short has a new Big Short. I don't know how big it is, but it's a short.
He's so funny. He's so funny. If he wasn't so annoying.
My colleague Yumi emailed Burry for additional details, but she hasn't heard back yet. It's also unclear if Burry is just utilizing the implicit portfolio protection. Scott, we spoke about this earlier today. That's essentially what David Einhorn is doing at Greenlight. In his letter, he wrote that he added, quote, substantial portfolio protections with index hedges, and that they now characterize themselves as portfolio. Einhorn said the firm believes inflation is stickier and more entrenched than the market is currently appraising. Einhorn said, quote, think a re-acceleration of inflation, higher rates, could disrupt the bull narrative. As a result, he's tightened his net exposure. So you've got some pretty thematic bearishness so far in these 13F rounds. Of course, the deadline is after the close today. So small sample size thus far, but interesting theme nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, it goes to exactly what I started our conversation with, the reasons why those who are bearish. Yes. You hear the same sorts of things from people.
Well, the market was going straight up into the end of the second quarter, and it was mostly being led by overheated action in the big NASDAQ stocks. So it makes sense that would be where you would say maybe we'll either bet against it, but if those puts have not expired and he's still holding them, they're worth a lot less if they're not worth nothing at this point, because we're up from the end of June, even though we backed off. So it seems like a little tough to try and figure out what to say about it, how to interpret it. There has been a trend of hedge fund managers utilizing the indexes or sector ETFs to either place on the short side or to hedge, because it has become so treacherous to short single name stocks. And Dan Loeb wrote about that in his shareholder letter. So I do think it's consistent with the way that the market has. I think there is a little bit back on their heels to see if that changes.
All right, I need to make a quick 3 minutes. Okay, let me call these guys in a few minutes here.
Which market we're talking about. Right, and in this case, Scott, what we're talking about is China. There was a report out overnight that when it comes to the Model Y and two specific versions of the Model Y in the China market, Tesla has cut prices. So what we're talking about are the long range and the performance versions of the Model Y in China. Tesla cutting the prices a little under $2,000. So not a huge price cut here. But as you take a look at shares of Tesla, keep in mind that this is what we've seen over the last year and a half, that as that market gets a little bit bumpy, they have to cut the market, cut the prices sometimes, and that's what we're seeing right here. By the way, they have not changed their guidance at all. Despite all of these price cuts, they're still projecting 1.8 million in global sales this year, or global deliveries. Nonetheless, this has put pressure on the other EV stocks out of China. A lot of questions about whether or not we start to see more price cuts. And we saw a round of it earlier this year, Scott, and some are wondering if we're going to see it again.
Yeah, and we very well could. Phil, thank you. We'll follow that 2-minute warning. You just heard the sound effect. I turned back to Mike Santoli. NASDAQ is up even more now than it was when I spoke to you a few seconds ago. It's up here 1% now, so a nice bounce for tech.
It has been a nice bounce. Some are going to point out, so I might as well point out right now, market breadth is negative even on the NASDAQ today. So again, it is a handful of names, specifically NVIDIA, taking things higher at this point. Market breadth for the overall market has also been somewhat negative. So not to say that invalidates what we're seeing right here, but it does show that it has not necessarily been one of those all-in moves. And people, I think, are in kind of stop and reassess mode about the market, about where we are relative to where yields have gone. And we just left behind the idea, a lot of people did anyway, that a recession is kind of right over the next turn. And at this point, now it's about
NVIDIA cruising higher into the close.
So I do think that leaves us on balance a little.
Okay, I have a hard stop at 4 p.m., guys.
I will say that even though the market didn't capitalize on a better than expected earnings season, it has firmed up the forward estimates. And so we now kind of know what we're dealing with as a run rate of corporate profits in the next few quarters, probably.
You mentioned rates, so let's just cap it on noting once again the 10-year hits its highest level of the year. Earlier in the session today, 4.2, 420. Backed off just a touch, and maybe that's helped the NASDAQ a little bit. Nonetheless, something to keep your eye on ahead of Jackson Hole.
It's absolutely something to keep an eye on.
Okay, guys, I have a hard stop at 4 p.m. I'm out of here. Take care. We'll see you in the morning. Congratulations. Great trading day. See you in the morning. Take care.